The following program is rated TV MAL. It contains strong language and is intended only for mature audiences.
Banger after banger after banger after banger after.
How's everybody's father feeling today?
Go fuck yourself.
Go fuck yourself.
Oh, what do you guys want to talk about?
Let me talk to you.
That is right, folks. Let us talk to you, baby. That is right. And welcome, everyone, to the Circle of A Just in Time podcast, ladies and gentlemen. And here, episode 211, the movement continues, folks. That's right. It still continues. I am surprised that it still continues. But remember, folks, I'm not alone. Of course, the host, CBYBC, with my two hosts, mi familia. My sangre, my all these men that I bleed very dearly for, folks. But man, he is still the reigning, undisputed, undefeated network debate and game breakers sports champion, folks. Because this man, I acknowledge this man, and you guys should acknowledge him because he is your champ. You need to. Because if you don't,
because I'm not just the coolest, and I'm not just the best.
The Redeemer is back.
That's right. The Redeemer is here.
One down, two to go. That is right. The champ is not losing this title at all. Right now, here, it is Thursday. You know what that means. Circle of Debate. Your Redeemer is here. And as always, it is game over.
That's right. Yeah. It's never over, baby.
One more little bit of screen time for the title. Let's go, baby.
That's right. Acknowledge this man. You should. That's right. Acknowledge him. Just like I acknowledge this man right here, who is our attorney at law, folks. Not only for the Debate Network, but also for Game Breakers as well. Because he's Mussolini and Kennedy. He's a motherfucking
Pepsi. The end of law.
Fight for you if you're stuck toilet. Or your super just dump you three. Oh, call 1-900-Mussolini. He charges 99 votes for consultation fee. Make sure you hit this man up. 1-900-Mussolini, the attorney at law. He will fight for you. Ain't that right, Redeemer? He will fight.
Oh, and you must always remember that PepsiCo and Pepsi are not responsible if you've seen the wrong kind of Pepsi. Top Rope Wrestling Talk and Circle of Debate are responsible for this ad.
Money's on the way when Pepsi go today.
Cha-ching! Cha-ching!
Right.
What's up, kids? How we living?
We're living life, man. We're living life. Oh, man.
You must remember that always going through his mind is, here comes the money.
I know, right? Let's get into that. Talk about that, right? But before we got a stacked show for you folks because it's not over. We're going to have a lot of professional wrestling for our Labor Day weekend. Hopefully you guys enjoyed your holidays, barbecuing, watching these incredible events that are happening within the next 24 to 48 hours, 72 hours, actually. 96, actually, including Monday Night Raw. So I'm going to include Mondays. Damn, it's so much shit. But we got to get into it very brief, just kind of overall. We don't have to go through every detail of it, but I want to talk about really what we hope you guys, we appreciate you all for joining us on this past Sunday for the watch along for All In. It was fantastic. It was stupendous. But, it was a crying moment, because he won his fucking title. And this is the WrestleMania 30 momentum when he fucking won the belt. But, man, Bryan Danielson becoming the new AEW World Heavyweight Champion. And also Will Ospreay in his hometown winning the AEW International Championship. Nope. Looks like, Jordan, I know you're there. I see you and I appreciate you. Yes, Redeemer, you have some explaining to do.
I have some explaining to do.
Hello. We'll see. We will see.
Come on.
I support Jamie Hayter. Does that count?
Yes. By default, yes.
So it's no longer the AEW.
Fuck yeah!
It's no longer that. Now it's that. And also a new AEW Women's Heavyweight Champion was crowned, Mariah May. We also got a new crowned AEW Trios Champion. Pac got his moment at Wembley alongside with, of course, Wheeler Yuta and Claudio Castagnoli becoming the AEW Trios Champion. New FTW Champion, regaining back Hook, defeating that man.
Does it really count as a new champion if it's the person who lost it got it back?
Does it technically count about winning the title back if the title doesn't actually mean anything?
I mean, technically, here's the one thing I will say is none of the belts mean anything. All of them are fake and they're made up. The only difference is FTW probably only got 3 people who can own it. One of which is retired.
Well, let's talk about it, baby. Let's talk about it. So, Redeemer, I'll pass it to you, champ, since you are our undisputed, reigning, defending champion here. Break it down overall with your thoughts on All In, and what do you grade it overall?
Yeah, so I would say it was not their best show. I will say it was not their best show. It had its ups, it had its downs. Honestly, I still think there was more ups and downs because there was a lot of but there was a few downs in it the whole time. It was cool that Pac got his moment, even though it was in this random ass interjection of this ladder match for the trios titles. But I digress there. Enjoyed loved that Mariah May beat Tony. I'm not saying that I was all tired of Tony because I'm happy. I think Tony Storm honestly was the best champion they had going at the time. She was great. And I think that story called for Mariah to beat her. I really do. And I'm just happy because I think that is the best story they had going at the time. And I honestly don't think it's over. I think there's still going to be more for it. Can't wait to see what comes out of that. You know me, I don't give a rat's ass about anything that involves Chris Jericho. The only good thing that gave us out of that was Hook getting the title back and Jericho freaking basically being able to lure Taz off the freaking the commentary table to come put freaking Yosemite Sam, freaking Brian Keith himself in a Taz mission. Fine, did what it needed to do. Bucks retaining was what I fully expected there, but grizzled young veteran showing up, fucking awesome.
Oh,
honestly, right. I have my weird theory here with everything that I honestly think that the triple threat match was not the plan for Wembley. I actually don't think it was going to be. I honestly think that a certain team that we've heard a lot of rumors going to the other place was what the original plan was going to be. But I'm not against. But again, Bucks, we got to get something with this. I don't know what's going to happen with them with the tag team titles anymore. I'm still iffy on the whole thing. The gauntlet. It was an awesome match. Nigel McGuinness coming back to wrestle. Fucking awesome. Zack Sabre Jr. in the match. Ricochet debuting. It was a hell of a gauntlet. But it ended in one of the most lackluster ways it could have had was having Christian win the thing. It doesn't make it feel any better. It just doesn't. You could feel it. Everybody, even in the crowd, was just so hyped to watch the match. And as soon as Christian won, it was the air just got sucked out of the building. Oh man, really? Nobody really cares to see Christian going for the world title. Okay, we get it. He sat backstage and said, "Oh, I'm gonna win every title in this company," and that's what we're basically going off for. Tony's just "I got you. Don't worry, we'll make this happen." Okay. Ospreay and MJF, fantastic. Daniel Garcia coming back, awesome. I don't know if it's actually full back or if he's just here for a little bit just so they can wrap up the MJF stuff. We don't know. We just have to wait and see what's going to happen. Mercedes and Britt was a dud, an absolute fucking dud. And to be honest with you, I'm glad I didn't go into it very excited because it was just they didn't deliver. It was just heatless. watching everything was just like, oh my God. Like, honestly, like I said, you heard my takes on Britt. I still stand by that. And honestly, I'm just going to say, I think Mercedes has been exposed in this. I think she's been exposed, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I liked Mercedes for the longest time, but I'm seeing it. She is really, really bad right now in AEW. Like, it is not interesting to watch whatsoever.
Okay.
Jack Perry and Darby Allin was fine. Awesome. We got the Sting appearance. Couldn't have thought of a better way to have that happen. And Danielson and Strickland, absolutely incredible. I kind of fully expected Bryan to win the title. But again, I think Swerve did a fantastic job with the title. And honestly, if Bryan's going to have this one little run before he hangs it up, I have no issue with it. Like, in the end, like I said, there was ups, there was downs. I gave it mostly like out of 10, I gave it like a 7. Because honestly, I don't think it was, like I said, it wasn't terrible. It was just, it had its ups, and the ups were strong, but the downs were there. That's for sure. So it was kind of like I said, it wasn't their greatest show, but it was a good show.
Christian was not happy when you said that. He was like,
did you give a star rating tonight? Did you give me a really cool star rating?
Christian was not happy about that.
Wow. I'm not bothered by it. Like, I don't know. It just doesn't feel that exciting to see Christian in the world title scene right now. It's just kind of blah.
Shout out to Eli as well in the chat. He's saying, well, we'll get into Dynamite for that, Eli. I'll speak about that shortly. But
yes,
man, I know that Christian Case probably he's upset. I don't.
Do you wrestle?
Thank you.
Do you wrestle?
No.
You don't wrestle.
I did back in the day.
I'm sure you sucked.
I'm sure you sucked.
I'm glad that was piece of shit Alvarez. But I mean, I wish Christian Cage was in that press conference. I wish he was there.
Oh, that's good to watch him dump on freaking Alvarez and shit. That's funny.
That was from like last year.
That's funny.
Yeah,
that is priceless.
Priceless.
So I got a little bit of a different take.
All right,
I'm actually giving it an 8.5 out of 10.
Okay.
I thought it was a really good night. Truth be told, in my head, there's only 2 moments I thought brought the entire event down. That said, however, I will fully admit, McGuire, what I will say is they did the one thing that I liked was they were planning for the future after the event for the next pay-per-view, considering the next pay-per-view is 2 weeks away. So, and they don't really have time to build a storyline in 2 weeks. Not as quickly. Like I said, they can do storylines, but it takes a while to build up a good one. MJF is the exception because that man built the storyline in like a week and a half. I don't know how the hell he did it. But starting your storyline off with All In was great. First of all, I like the fact, and I know everybody was pissed, and I understand why you're pissed. I like the fact that we got Jamie Hayter showing up at 0 hour, not during the main thing, because that means that they have from the beginning of 0 hour to All Out to build up her storyline against Paige, which I am perfectly okay with, because honestly, putting her in, I'll get to Britt and Mercedes in a few minutes, would honestly drag her down. So I like the fact that they kept her separate from that when I think about it. They kept her separate from it. She's her own entity. She's not going to be Britt's second, like she had been when she was before. Even when she became a champion, she was still Britt's number 2. And that right there kind of bothered me. So I'm glad they kept her separate from that entire storyline. So I thought that was good. Going down the line, I thought I'm kind of with Justin on this one. The Britt and Mercedes match, what left was a little bit lackluster. I don't think she was exposed, but I do think she was exposed as needing more time to get the ring rust off. It does not bounce back like she thought it would. And honestly, the storyline, which honestly makes me wonder also, what was Camille's point being there? In the end, she won clean, So honestly, they could have had the entire storyline with Camille not being there and still ended the same way. So that was a big question I had. The Gauntlet was probably the most fun event of it because we got we had 3 great showings. Nigel was a surprise, although he did kind of give us glimpses that he was returning to the ring, but we just didn't know when. I was really excited about that. Zack Sabre Jr., fresh off his G1 Climax win, well on his way to become an IWGP champ.
That's right, baby. Yes.
Stopped in AEW to get a good match in his hometown. I thought that was a brilliant move, especially if you want to get the crowd involved. So props to Tony for pretty much feeding into the local legend. Because I was not sure how they were going to kind of beat last year's Wembley. Mm-hmm. So granted, I know everyone's complaining about the numbers of the attendees. Fuck that, because what no one really remembers is like they released the event in England for free. Do you want to buy tickets to Wembley, or do you want to sit on your fat ass at home and watch the thing with a bunch of your friends for free? Dang. So yeah, I understand that. So do I think it was a good idea? Yeah, I think it worked for numbers. It may not. It may have let trolls have something to talk about and bitch about. Good for them. Pac, I'm happy he had his Wembley moment, but as far as I'm concerned, that's not his Wembley moment.
Okay.
Pac needs a solo Wembley moment. Truth be told, that's been deferred for almost 2 years. Once by the pandemic, and once because he got injured. Like, truth be told, he should have had his Wembley moment at the very first All In Wembley. But because of injury, he couldn't do it. And storylines as well. So, like I said, I'm glad he had some kind of it, but this truly is not his Wembley moment. But it's close enough to a taste of it that it kind of calms him down. The tag championship, we weren't surprised it was a good match. I love the fact that the Grizzled Young Veterans come in, because I think literally before the end of the match, halfway through, we all said it'd be cool if the Grizzled Young Veterans fought FTR, and bam, Grizzled Young Veterans shows up and beat the crap out of FTR, and we was excited. The only thing I am worried for is the Acclaimed. Right now, the Acclaimed got overshadowed by the Grizzled Young Veterans FTR feud. The Young Bucks pretty much get to hide in the shadows and not do anything and let that tag team storyline play itself off for probably 1 or 2 pay-per-views. And I'm with Justin, because honestly, unless this is a way for them to build their tag team division back up, right now I'm worried the Acclaim going to get set to the side. That's what's going to piss me off. Like, I do not want them going back for the trios title, because truth be told, they don't need it, and it's not for them. They've outgrown it.
Yep, I agree with that.
The match of the night for me was Mariah and Tony.
Absolutely.
That was 100% the best story of the night.
Yes,
as far as beginning to end, that was the best told story of that night. It was a beautiful setup. It basically started before this, but the actual turning point, it began during the Owen Hart tournament, and literally it went downhill real fast, and that's when it got ugly. And it was really well done. The fact that Mariah, they are doing the storyline from All About Eve for those old enough to remember that movie. So you got the 2 starlets fighting each other, which was perfect.
Yes.
And the fact that Mariah basically, theoretically, Tony's not old, but Mariah May's in 23, 25, close to 27. And Tony's 32?
Yep.
Give or take. So there is that weird wannabe dichotomy of the young Thundercat trying to replace the old guard, which is the thing I'm enjoying a lot about this storyline. So that was great. MJF especially, and Will Ospreay, he set the table up nicely leading up to it, and it was the most fun. We all knew he was not going to win that match.
No, yeah, there was no way.
So he took I'll say it was a non-storyline. They had nothing. MJF just showed up and said, "It's my belt." And he turned it into probably an almost international incident. 100%. He turned it into an international incident against Will Ospreay. And like I said, that's how you build a storyline. Because he did that within 2 weeks. He had the storyline going full speed. And at that point, he was just doing interviews after interviews, literally just setting the stage for that storyline with Will. to the point where when Will Ospreay won that belt, everybody was happy. And he, in the end, and if you look, we'll talk about Dynamite, but he carried it over into Dynamite as well. So shouts out to him. Shouts out to him for that. Jack Perry and the FTW Championship. I really want it to be over. No, I'm sorry, not Jack Perry. Jack Perry and Darby.
Oh boy,
I'm at the FTW Championship thing. I really just want that to be over. Like, I don't care anymore. I gave the learning tree a shot. I really wanted it to work out and be a funny thing, but in the end, no, it's just not doing anything. You got two guys already in it with Jericho who, truth be told, don't fit that storyline. Bounty Hunter and Big Bill look completely out of place in that storyline. It don't make any sense. And honestly, as much as I respect Jericho, he may need to go to Jesse the Ventura route and start doing.
Oh, fuck!
Hi guys.
His ass might need to be on the table for a while. Because as much as I love him, he needs to do what the King did. Go on the table as an announcer, and every so often, when he finds a good storyline for him, go back into the ring. Like, that's what I would like.
Can I just be honest? I don't even want that.
I know.
I just don't want to hear Jericho's voice anymore. I want to hear it.
I know.
I've heard fucking "Hi Guys" so many times. I don't even want to hear his voice no more. I want him to go. I want him to go away. Go on tour at Fozzy. Stay away for a year and a half, maybe 5, whatever the hell you want to do. Just don't come back. I don't want to hear your voice. I don't want to see your face. I don't want to hear "Hi Guys." I don't want to friggin' be like. I don't want to hear information from Jericho. Fuck no.
So let me. I saved this for last. So let me just say, I understand the symbolism of giving Danielson the belt. Okay. I understand the symbolism and the honor and the respect they're giving him for giving him that belt.
Yes.
I will say this: Danielson does not need a belt. His storyline is so strong. The belt, honestly, is just a vanity project for him. For Tony, it's just a way to get numbers. It does not affect. If he lost that match, first of all, he shouldn't have said he was going to retire because that was just stupid. But truth be told, even if he had lost that match without saying he was going to retire, he doesn't lose anything. That's literally how good he is.
Basically.
And truth be told, it would have made Swerve a stronger champion. So, on the one hand, I did not want Danielson to win. However, watching that match, which I will say this, at one point, I did not think anything could beat Will Ospreay versus Takeshita and Takeshita. I thought that would probably be the best match, the only 5-star match AEW did this year. Even the one with Brian, I was. But honestly, this one right there, I'll tell you, this might have been better than Ospreay's both of Ospreay matches. Like I'm putting it up in. Obviously, those two matches are top 5, but right now, I think in the group, the top above them might be that Will Ospreay, Daniel Bryan, because the story they told in there, it was like Rocky from Rocky 4. I did not want Danielson to win. 2/3 of the way to match in, I went, God damn, maybe Danielson deserves to win this. That is how good that storyline was, because I went in thinking, I don't want Danielson to win. I do not want Danielson to win. 2/3 of the way, I'm going, Jesus Christ.
Just look at what that does. Just look at that when you look at that now and you look at Swerve. How good is that man? As much as we love Swerve, how much that man can make you be like, I don't want to see you win.
Yeah.
I don't.
And the thing is, Swerve, and keep in mind, if you go down the line, and I think I posted a little bit about this, if you look at from when he got cut from WWE to when he showed up at AEW, he went from a mid-carder to a tag team champion with Keith Lee to a singles guy. He jumped the international championship and went straight to the world championship and literally became a main eventer probably in the first 6 to 8 months that he was at AEW. Maybe a little bit longer. But Swerve ain't got nothing to feel bad about. That was legitimately one of his best matches, and I think he did well. I think it's a mistake to take the belt off of him, though. I mean, I understand why it happened, and it's a good call in this case based on the numbers and everything. But in my head, I still feel like Swerve had a lot more to give, and you could have got a lot more mileage out of him. Right now, with Danielson, all you have is people just predicting when is his last match going to be? Who's going to be his last match guy? And for a world champion, that right there for me is a terrible downer. Like, that is not, you don't want a champion who you know is leaving. Even if, don't get me wrong, even though he is great and his going out will be amazing. Like, if it is Wrestle Dream, it will be amazing. I hope it's Nigel. So, but the truth of the matter is, there is something mentally from a storyline perspective of giving a guy who's pretty much already got one foot out the door. No offense to Brian, and I know what he says. He wants to wrestle to his dying breath, to his very last. But in the end, he does have his eye on the door. Like, and that right there, I think, is not a great look for a world champion. Like, I understand the symbolism of it. It was the same issue I had with giving Darby and Sting the world championship when they knew Sting was retiring.
Hey, Andipur, how are you?
Like, literally, like, if you know the guy's leaving, at least give him a way to go out. Like, back in the day in pro wrestling before this happened, if you were retiring, you literally lost your belt. Like, that's what 3D did. Their last match in WWE, they lost and got put through their own tables. So that is the only issue I have with Daniel Bryan winning the championship. And the thing is, I completely understand why, and I'm not mad at it, but I am wondering, I am questioning if it was the right call.
So do you see Eli's comment here? Do you compare that, what he mentioned about Ric Flair 2007 and 8 retirement run, where the next time he loses, he's done?
No, because the thing is, Flair didn't have a championship. He didn't have a belt.
Well, he had the Intercontinental, right? Remember, he had the Intercontinental, he dropped it, then he had his last run after that?
Yeah, he had his run after that, though. Remember, he had that after that.
Okay.
The point of the matter is that he was not a working champion at the time with his eye on outside the door. Granted, the man has retired 16 times, just like his championship numbers. But truth be told, for me, as a fan, it's a little depressing to realize that one of the best matches with one of the best guys in that championship is eventually leaving before the end of the year.
Oh, God.
As much as I hate to say it, much as I hate to say it, I think it's obvious who's taking that title from him. And it's probably going to be fucking Christian.
Oh,
and
that's all. No, this is me being legit here. Like, and honestly, I have a feeling that's what it's going to be, because Tony sees Christian as a big freaking like way to elevate the title, because legend as Christian is. So if he basically takes the title off of Brian and Brian then hangs it up, he knows at least he has the title on somebody that, you know, can still keep the title in a relevant state, instead of just being like, okay, we have to take it off of him and put it on and then start doing a tournament again, which is fucking stupid in its own right. So, but again, I don't like the fact that it's not really, I get it if you want to use Christian as the way to elevate somebody, but that you could do with Brian too. You don't need to have it go through Brian getting ready to hang it up, then put it on Christian, and then try to elevate somebody.
Well, that was the thing. I was getting to that too. Now, see, I actually think having it be Christian be the one to take it is great, because here's the thing: Christian is AEW's best heel. No, I'm sorry, MJF, but Christian's AEW's best.
Oh, no! Why did you say that? Why did you say that?
Fucking Mark.
So, but here's the thing, though. Let me finish it. He's their best and most consistent heel. MJF has bounced back and forth, like literally. So that's his thing. And don't get me wrong, there is nothing wrong with that. But like Christian has been their consistent heel. Can you imagine if he wins the championship and cheats and beats Brian down and wins that belt? The amount of heat that belt would have, and the amount of heat that the next person would have who beats Christian for that belt. In my head, it makes perfect sense, because like it needs, like I said, it needs a heel champion to actually make it. Because here's the thing though, you put belt on Brian. Who's going to take it off of him that you respect? Who's going to take it off of him who you respect? You going to give it to Mox? No. We already seen that, and honestly, there's no reason for Mox and Daniel Bryan to fight.
Yeah, no.
Unless they come up with some reason. Claudio? No. I mean, I love Mark Briscoe, but Mark Briscoe can't do it. Mm-hmm. I mean, we gonna bring in Wardlow? Shit, I don't know. But again, my question is, you need a guy who can pretty much who will not knock it down after Bryan loses that belt. Because like right now, truth be told, right now, Darby Allin in Orange County, Jesus.
Orange
Cassidy.
Orange Cassidy. My side of the hood right here, man.
Orange Cassidy only two new guys or quote unquote pillars who should get that belt after if you want to pass the torch. So that's my call. Now, give me 1 second. Someone's at my door. Sorry, guys.
You see, that's what happens, folks, when you have three of the best right here.
Today is today, and the word of the day is conglomeration. And we got a
about to turn it into some discombobulation.
That's right, folks. Sorry, MJ.
You fucking mark.
I know. I knew you were going to do that, MJ. It's fine.
Damn it, Max. Maximania.
I get what Phil's saying because it kind of reminds, remember how it was last year, World's End. Did anybody expect Samoa Joe to beat MJF for the world title? Nobody did. Nobody.
I think a lot of people actually did, to be honest with you. I saw so many people going, there's no way in hell MJF makes it out of World's End with that title. I saw that a lot during that time.
I didn't expect it. I thought it was going to be him winning, and then towards the end, Adam Cole to turn on him right after. But he did the opposite of that. This one, I kind of get Phil's point because of Christian Cage's how he, he really takes. He is a badass fucking heel. Whether we like him or not, he is a fucking badass heel. I mean, it's true, right, Christian?
Go fuck yourself.
That's a little unnecessary there, Christian.
Yeah, all right, Christian. I know you don't like it. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay, Christian. It's okay. Right.
I don't care.
Yeah, exactly. I don't care.
God damn.
Because I don't care. That's what it is. Let's see if Pepsi Phil needs to sue himself for calling Christian Cage the best heel.
Wow.
Edward, shout out to you, Edward. I don't know.
Oh, that's a good one.
It is a good one, though. But I mean, it's a tough one. I still don't see Christian. I don't see it. I don't know who. It's hard right now for me to jump into the conclusion what's it going to be. It's difficult. Do I wish it could be someone in a heel and a babyface side? Yes, but everybody's saying Wrestle Dream could be his last because it's in Washington. But then I go back and then look at the World's End. Maybe he's going to go all the way towards the end of to World's End for him to drop the belt and have a fresh new year, 2025, retire. Maybe if Sting did a revolution of this year, in the beginning of this year, why not Bryan end the year with this? Just like Sting ended the beginning of this year, his career, and Bryan end his career at the end of this year of 2024. I think that could be the case here. Maybe so. That one's really honestly a tough one.
It'd be nice.
It would be nice, right?
It'd be nice, but honestly, I think that whole him saying that he needs neck surgery, I think that's really gonna put a wrench in everything. The fact that he's actually saying it like that, and the fact that he's just listen, I'm just gonna go balls to the wall, and if I freaking lose this title, then I lose this title. Because he even said it on Wednesday. He even said it yesterday, where he said, I don't plan to retire as world champion. And I'm just well, so basically he's just telling us he's gonna lose it at some point. It's just when and who at that point.
Yeah, exactly. Who and KO, I appreciate you. That's fine. We appreciate you very much for that. You're right. It just is. I don't know. It's a really tough call. I appreciate that. I mean, it is a tough call. I hope he goes with that direction. We don't know yet because we're pretty 2 weeks away to heading into All Out to see how's that going to turn out to be. Then we'll see the aftermath after that. I'm gonna wait on that to see what is he gonna do. Everything else overall was great. Everything I enjoyed. The event was awesome. I fucking enjoyed it. And then shout out to everybody there who enjoyed it. The watch along. It was awesome. Yes, match of the night was Mariah May and Toni Storm, because that shit fucking told the story. It told the story from the beginning and the ended. The way how Toni Storm walked out of the arena with her fucking attire on, along with Luther, just skipping around like bippity boppity boo, just walking around like, all right, I'm out of here. I really enjoyed that. And it was awesome. And you know, I get Pepsi feel about Pablo getting his momentum. Of course, hell yeah. I mean, seeing Nigel, I fucking yes. You saw us in the watch. We were down. I couldn't. I just I couldn't hold myself. Good to see Nigel doing that. I could tell that he was still a little rusty, but it's been a long time. So what? He fucking went out there and did what he had to do. The classic Ring of Honor fucking Nigel McGuinness doing those moves, especially right there at the ring, you know, in the corner. Oh, like all was awesome to see.
Oh, the Tower of London spot. My God, I loved it.
Right?
I marked out because all of a sudden I'm thinking, here he goes. He's going to put him up on the turnbuckle, hit the Tower of London. No, that he's like, I'm going to put Kyle O'Reilly up here on Mark Briscoe's shoulders, and then I'm going to give him, I'm like, fucking innovative and shit.
Like for me, the Ricochet one, yes, I'm sorry, guys.
Bitch.
I'm sorry. You can't even watch the watch along. They posted it. Shout out to Geekbox who posted it right there when Ricochet came out. I was just like,
It was expected. That's why everyone knew it was coming.
Yeah, this is like, okay, Ricochet's there, cool.
Like, you can mark out, it's cool. I was happy to see him. Like, again, because we're gonna get Ricochet back on TV. But again, it's one of those moments where you look at it and just go, he could have been blindfolded and been like, Ricochet's leaving WWE. I wonder where he's going.
Oh, okay. All right. So we now know FCC calls. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, I don't know. It just really that one didn't surprise me. Zack Sabre, bro. Everything was awesome. Everything, the pay-per-view itself was awesome. The only thing that I paid attention to, Busted Open, and of course, piece of shit fucking Seltzer.
Of course.
Yes, those pieces of shits. Yes, both of you.
You fucking mark!
Yes, that's what you guys are. They're fucking marks. It's just like, oh, God, just for, yes, it just, I think, because don't forget, they were in a time limit, you know, because there was a curfew there, which I wasn't aware there's a curfew up in Wembley. So,
really? I didn't even know that.
I didn't even know that, you know, and it was confirmed. So it made sense why the matches were rushed. But the one thing I agreed with Bully Ray, what he mentioned about the Monet and Britt Baker, they fucked up and big time for making the TBS title more prestigious than the heavyweight championship in women's. It should have been, honestly, really, you know, Toni Storm and Mariah going into the triple main event. Not that one. Because honestly, the chemistry was not there. It just wasn't. I didn't feel none of it. Like, they were wrong. They did great, but it just wasn't there. Like, it wasn't telling a story in the ring. And I get what you're saying, you know, Redeemer, about like you're not feeling it, that she's getting exposed. And there's a yes or no to it. Yes, because the way how because now she's the one who's in control of this now story plot. That's one thing that I'll give you a yes. And I blame more on Tony Khan than I blame than her and Britt Baker. It's just the timing of this story was bad. Which we'll get into Dynamite, but that for me, the way how that match, they should have really pushed it more within at least the first hour or close to the second hour of the main event to be the main event of the second hour. Instead of fucking doing it like close towards the end of the last 4 matches, which we forgot about the Jack Perry and fucking Darby. Did you see how that shit was fucking rushed? So I'm like, damn. but it just the chemistry wasn't there, and the audiences was not feeling it. Yes, Seltzer, I heard your ass. Oh, they were just tired because they were there for 4 days. Shut the fuck up. It doesn't matter if you were there for fucking 4 hours, everybody. The people were fucking enjoying it. Nobody was sleeping on the Will Ospreay and fucking MGF. Nobody was fucking sleeping on the main event. Hell no, they were all up. So, no, I don't blame the audience in this one. It's really more the timing and where was this fucking match put? Because there was no build to it. There
wasn't a story.
There wasn't.
There's nothing.
Honestly, what they should have done is really made it a tag match. Then have this going into All Out to give that extra 2 weeks to build to that story. Then they could have had their co-main event type of style at All Out between Mercedes and Britt Baker. If they're going to do that next week already, which let's say if Mercedes continues celebration and Britt comes in and interfere and everything, that's how you know that he's going to book it for the fucking that weekend of All Out. It is too soon. You're rushing it. That's where it looks bad on both parties. It sucks because there's a great talented women. But the story, the way how it's being told, is like, come on, man. It's like, you really got to focus. That's why the best, both of you guys said it, yeah, the best story and the one that really was the match of the night was Toni Storm and, Mariah May. That one fucking told the story. It told it from the beginning of time to now, and and the end, the way how it ended for Toni Storm to skip away and into the sunset, sunrise, not sunset, not sunrise. And that was just pretty much what it is. And we'll see.
So I will say this. Okay, if I say this real quick, and this will sound terrible, but I think, and this is more on Tony than anything else. What I think happened was he signed Mercedes. And then it gets out how much Mercedes was getting, like the paycheck that she was getting. And I think Tony had a panic attack and immediately rushed all the storylines because you know how Tony follows social media.
Yeah.
And I feel like her debut was rushed. Her storyline was rushed. She wasn't allowed to pretty much develop. She wasn't allowed to develop any chemistry with anyone else in the back. They just had her coming in fighting folks. And the problem was, like you said, she has no chemistry with anyone. And honestly, at this point, the only person she has any real chemistry with is Kamala Okada.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
That's even taking a shot in the dark, really.
Yeah. And the problem, like I said, the problem I had was and the thing is, and I agree with you. So I don't think Mercedes is bad. I think she's a different type of wrestler, and like some wrestlers develop differently in different systems.
Mm-hmm.
It's like football and like pro football programs. You're not going to get your Michael Jordan as soon as they land on a tarmac. That's a rarity that you don't get. Like, not everyone's going to be Kurt Angle.
Yeah.
But like I said, but Mercedes can be that. It just takes her time.
Yeah, it just that you're right. That's the problem that where Tony Khan fucked up on this one. That's why I blame him for that fucking reason. Is because like you mentioned, he rushed it because, oh my gosh, she's the hottest one. And I heard her on the fucking stations. I heard her like in interviews. You are. I'm not disregarding any of that, Monet. I'm not disrespecting your persona, everything. You are. However, when you're on national television in a new television, a new product, you gotta start building from the bottom again, girl. You gotta start from doing live matches.
And I'll be honest,
not on television.
And I'll be honest with you, it didn't sit right with me, even if it was a work where she said if she has to do a shoot in Hollywood for the Mandalorian, Tony will loan her his private jet for her to go do it.
And she was on character the whole fucking time. We already know that.
Yeah, and even if it is that, but the problem is that it makes Tony look like a tool.
Yeah.
Like honestly, the one thing I will say about Scott D'Amore, and the one thing I will say about all the bookers and even Vince McMahon, unless you had credit, credit before, like Undertaker type credit with Vince, you didn't get a free pass on bullshit.
Nope.
I mean, you had to build it. She comes in and starts bragging about that stuff, even as a Like even MJF at his worst when he was fucking with Tony would never disrespect the contract he had with him. He would talk shit about Tony, but he would never disrespect his contract. Now, I will freely say we don't know what the inner workings are, and this could just be a work that we're all getting quote unquote worked up about. But for me, it bothers me that she would put that story out there and there wouldn't be some type of a type of blowback, that a storyline about her being that kind of braggart. Like, and only because I was thinking about it when MJF was bragging about going to the other company. Yeah, he paid for it. Like it was a storyline paying for it, and it didn't really mean nothing because everybody knew MJF was just talking a promo. But there was a fallout from it. Like, I say what you will about Jack Perry, he basically beat the shit out of Tony, but that because quote unquote the storyline was Tony excommunicated him to Japan for several months.
Excommunicado,
but was it real? No, it was a work, but it worked for the storyline. And let's face it, Jack Perry is a monster right now.
No, I agree with you. The only thing, like, I'm so with you what you're saying. My thing is that remember what I keep saying, like keep that WWE style, but keep Tony Khan's name out of your mouth.
Yeah,
nobody needs to know about that shit. Yeah, he paying me money. Yeah, and
I mean, truth be told, you have a general manager there. I mean, you have
Chris Daniels.
Yeah, if you want to pretty much throw somebody under the bus for being a contract, you exploiting someone's contract needs, make fun of Chris Daniels. Make fun of Chris Daniels. That's the point of a general manager, to be a target. Like, as much as like I know Vince made it a thing where it was like go after the owner because that was an edgy storyline. But the difference is that when you're the only game in town, you can pull that kind of move. Tony is not on the same level as that. And truth be told, if I'm a booker, I would literally have her say everything she said in that interview and just take Tony's name out of his mouth, like you said, and put it Christopher Daniels. Like, I got Christopher Daniels wrapped around my finger. I can get a flight anywhere I want. If I got to do Hollywood, I go do Hollywood. If you want an example of that, look at the Miz when he was the A-lister, quote unquote.
Well, yeah, but also there's also one person she should actually pay attention because this guy he signed and he made it in for himself. No, even on his fucking interviews, he never mentioned Tony Khan's name, and that's this man right now.
Do you wrestle?
Thank you.
Do you wrestle?
No.
You don't wrestle.
I did back in the day.
I'm sure you sucked.
Well, no, the two different animals. I can't compare those two.
No. What I'm talking about is the way how he. Okay, this is what I'm talking about, Phil. Is the way how he is. He's on character. He is, and he even does it in interviews. And I've seen all his interviews. He's never fucking mentioned Tony Khan at all at his interviews, saying, "Well, he paid me. He gave me all this shit." No, This is the difference of what he does. He says, "I am the face. I am the champion for this product." That's when you're using that, then that's when your ego is like, hell yeah, all right, I'm with you.
Like I said, honestly,
you're on character.
Yeah, because honestly, I picture her doing kind of the Miz thing of the A-lister, like I'm better than everybody, I'm the CEO, yada yada yada. And I just feel like because she is not, and I'll say this, she's not been prepped properly for the AEW workforce. It doesn't come, and just as a perfect example, it does not come out as genuine. No. It doesn't come out. You don't look at it and go, I believe that. I mean, I'll use somebody who people like messing with. Liv Morgan. Liv Morgan was basically, everyone kept saying that one was basic. I thought she was a good worker. However, this gimmick she has right now of the mean girl that stole your boyfriend and literally is like that girl who you bring home and you got to fight your mama to justify dating her. You believe that shit.
God damn.
Well, here's tell the truth though. You believe that in her. Like you believe it. Like you realize that like somebody once said, she the one you bring home to your house and just look at your mom and go, I don't know what to tell you, I love her. Like that's who Liv Morgan is. That is who her character is. I don't know what to tell you, but I love her. She, in the words of Dom, she gets me all the chicken tendies I want.
Like how you know how Jennifer saying like she has a personal writer though. What is the writer for?
Because there's a difference. No, there's a difference between a personal writer and a producer in the back who tells you how to use that writer.
There you go.
There's two different people there. Just because they write the ideas of what you're supposed to do, you need a backroom person who knows how to kick you in the ass and go, "This is what we need you to do."
Yep.
That's what Scott D'Amore did. As much as we hate him, that's what Vince McMahon did.
I love that, man.
That's what Triple H does 100%. That's what Triple H does. That's what Abyss does. That is what MVP. I'm sorry. That is what Bobby Roode does. All the guys in the production, I know everybody likes to give a WWE crap about the production, but all the guys in the production, or quote unquote the producers they have in the back, that is what their job is. They work with the writers to help push the talent forward.
Absolutely. That's why they have a production team. That's why they have an agent, because they can focus on that. It's for a reason.
Yeah, that's the reason. That's the reason why Logan Paul can wrestle. And even though we can't stand him, we can't argue with the man's ability on the mic and in the ring.
Absolutely. All right. It's that time, folks. Now we're gonna get into it. It's time.
It's time. It's time. It's Vader.
Dynamite. That's right. Dynamite, folks. That happened 24 hours ago. So we did see, of course, he made his debut. Okay. I singles match for his Kyle Fletcher. And shout out to Game Breakers, of course. Game Breakers Sports. We were there for the watch along. I was there yesterday alongside Pepsi Phil. I know the Redeemer, our champ was with world elite.
It was a great time with the Game Breakers. It was a great time with the Game Breakers.
It was awesome time.
If you haven't subscribed to them yet, do so right now. It is one of the most fun group you can hang out with and listen to the knowledge on the game.
That's right. That's right.
I'll show y'all how we do in the conglomeration, baby. That's right, because we're about to.
We're gonna change the name. We're gonna change the name of Conglomeration of Debate now.
No, we're the Conglomeration Network.
I like it. We're
the Conglomeration Network.
Conglomeration of podcasting. Everything's up right now.
There is no reason why his promos should work. It is the most ridiculous thing in the world, but I'm sitting there going, this shit is getting me hyped.
There's no reason why that man just makes noises sometimes, and I understand every fucking thing he says.
I just sit there and listen to him and go, I don't know what he's saying, but I'm going to ride with him. I'm going to ride with him to the wheels.
The man tells you the conglomeration, about to cause some discombobulation, and then we're going to... I understand everything that he just said.
Exactly. You sit there just going, I'm gonna ride with him till the wheels fall off.
It's hard.
I'm with Kyle O'Reilly. I'm gonna ride with him forever.
Oh, dude, I love that they're like a faction, because him and Kyle O'Reilly, it's a great combo. I'm sorry, I love that combo.
Is Willow now a part of it officially too? At this point,
you talking about Orange, or you talking about
No, Willow. Is Willow a part of it now? Because she was hanging around with them too right now. At this point, is she just part of it?
I don't think it's official yet, but probably, because honestly,
I'm gonna say she's hanging around with him talking about woman tushy. I'm good.
She fits with him, doesn't she?
I'm sold.
She fits with him.
She does fit with him. I love it. It's like, it's fucking awesome.
I'm telling you, if she starts walking around, hanging around with Mark Briscoe, and he starts getting her to start going, I would be like, I understand it.
Can you imagine a Mark Briscoe Willow mixed tag match?
Wonderful.
It'd be so much fun.
It would.
It would be fun, but man, I can tell you, Dynamite.
Oh my Lord.
It was a new chapter heading into All Out. And also with Wrestle Dreams, you can say, folks. But man, we did see a lot of things of questioning here. I just want to give a shout out to fucking Hangman and Tomohiro Ishii. Fuck, that was two big meaty men, but beat the fuck out of each other. And that, oh my god, he almost landed on his head. I was like, shit. Hangman almost Tomohiro Ishii, when he did that, oh my god, I thought he was gonna fuck him up, but he didn't. So I was like, oh my goodness,
man.
Yes. But man, I can tell you this one thing though. This matchup was really great between Tomohiro and freaking, and Hangman Page. It was, his looks like we're having technical difficulties. Give me a minute here, folks. This Pepsi filled, the storm hit him. So
Yes.
I'm gonna do plan B for right now while he comes in. Bear with me here.
Got it.
But one thing I did really I don't know about the Moxie one, man. That's the one that I'm just like
with you.
I you know what? I heard Tommy Dreamer today, and I heard everybody else giving their pointers. He's saying that he don't think it's Shane. He doesn't think that, a lot of people are saying that it's Shane McMahon. And this is why I want to say I love Moxley, because this man, I'll tell you, this man really, really fucking knows how to tell stories for us to be like, what the fuck is going on type of shit. Like,
he does some interesting stuff.
He does. And that's the one that I was like, oh my God, man. Yep. That's what we're going to talk about, Kayla. That's what we're going to talk about.
We have no idea where that's even remotely going.
But it got intriguing, though.
It's intriguing as shit. Exactly. Like, there's something about it that's just like, this man literally comes out, confronts, like, just comes out of nowhere, tells Tony Schiavone, like, calls out Darby Allin for some friggin' reason, and then all of a sudden goes, hey, listen, I'm just going to tell you straight up right now, this ain't your company no more. It's like, I felt like he was talking to Tony Khan through Tony Schiavone. I'm like, what is happening?
I know.
It was so confusing. Like, I was like, what is happening? I just couldn't figure it out, because I was like, is he trying to tell Tony? Like, why didn't you just go backstage and just tell Tony straight up? But he told Tony Schiavone that, and it was just bizarre. And then, like, the thing later on, just having Marina Shafir involved, I'm like, what is happening? Like, are we getting, like, blood sport people mixed together as a faction now?
That's what they were saying about that. It was going to be Josh Barnett getting involved in this. So that's what I was
hearing. Wild. Be wild. Barnett, Marina, Moxley, fucking say Sammy Callahan, something. Like, that'd be fucking wild.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. I just don't see the Shane thing. Honestly, I just don't see it.
I mean, I'll say this. I think it could be. I think there might be something that could say Shane has some kind of involvement, but I'm not going to like fully lock in on that one yet. I think there's a possibility, but not a possibility. That right there.
I love like that. I like that. GCW takeover. It makes fucking sense, Kale. I am so with you on that.
Telling you, Matt Cardona showing up again. Fucking King of the Death. We get fucking Nick Gage showing up again. Hey, just don't show any Domino's commercials after he shows up on screen, because AEW can't keep that sponsorship. If they freaking just see cheese, they see Pizza Slicer, and then all of a sudden, brand new Domino's pizza.
Honestly, this Dynamite was the highlight of the night. Was really the Moxley promo that really got us like, what the fuck does he mean? Like, it might be the get it to your brain, but this is not your company. And I'm like, what the hell, Like, that's the one. All right, he's back. There you go.
All right.
You're back. You all right? Technical difficulties? Everything okay?
Yeah, I think so. Hopefully I don't
Mother
get
Nature's.
Yeah, I hope I don't get it bounced again, but there's a pretty nasty wicked storm going on right now. So
it was gonna be hot today, but honestly, I think that's the really highlight of the, like, for me, the Dynamite was the highlight. The other thing was respectfully, Ryan May. Damn. It's just like, man.
She knows her audience. Not gonna lie, she knows her audience.
I know. I was just like,
damn. I was okay till she opened up that robe. When she opened up, I was like, Jesus. Okay.
I was watching that during World Elite. I thought I was gonna pass out on stream after she did that. I was like, bro.
Because you already know this is what happened right here.
I mean, honestly, she needed Val Venus to come out there going, what's up?
A little taste of that. Big Val
you want to talk about a character who honestly came out. First of all, remember when she first showed up? We were worried about her.
Yeah, a little bit. Yes,
we were worried about her getting lost in the shuffle. I think she's going to do okay.
No, she found her
Pairing her
way,
with Tony
man.
was the greatest thing that could have happened.
No, remember, we were complaining about that. We said this is stupid. Like,
Yeah,
we were like,
you're right. We did complain about it in the beginning because we were
because
like,
we compared it to what Mickey James and Mickey James and Trish Stratus for a while.
Yep.
It came off as that very very early on, and it was like, oh no.
And honestly, I feel bad. For Bull Luther. That man been taking L's for Tony for the entire goddamn storyline.
Oh, poor fucking Luther, man.
And that man was ballsy enough to take a giant bump off a stage when Mariah turned. I give him all the props at his age to be taking that bump.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and then let's just, besides that, with Mariah May, but let's give a shout out to Kyle Fletcher and Ricochet. I enjoyed it because, and we talked about it on Game in Breakers Bill. I know, like, I'm glad that I get your digression of Kyle Fletcher losing. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just, at least he's putting a match. That's one thing that I'm loving. You're right though, what you said, that I'm tired of this guy fucking losing. He needs to win. He lost the the television title. He lost it to Atlantis Jr. That's Stephen Mills. So I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do with him next.
He hasn't won since he lost that belt.
Yeah, something.
Kyle Fletcher's a beast. Like,
damn good, man.
He's a huge beast, and honestly, it's bothering me that guys like him, Konosuke, and guys on that level who are being relegated to mid cards, who honestly could be main event guys, are not getting the push. Now, don't get me wrong, because if you ask me, and I know I got cut off with my thing, if you ask me, Danielson's first challenge should have been Takeshita. It should have fucking been Takeshita.
No, you're right.
You're right. For the fans, if y'all didn't see Takeshita in the G1 Classic between him and Ishii, those two were the MVP of the goddamn G1 Climax.
I heard him and Tsuji's matches were freaking amazing.
Yeah.
So
it was insane. It was ridiculous.
It
was ridiculous.
Like Bill said, Konosuke is the MVP as a G1, and he is when they played how Phil mentioned last week about how they played the highlights of him, of the G1. They better book this motherfucker something, man. They need to. And like how, Kale's saying Kyle should leave. This is what I was going to say about that.
Yes, I agree with that.
I agree. And this is where I see this coming. I think once Mark Davis is fucking healed, and I think he's on his way back, and we're going to see United Empire reunite, and I think leaving the Callis family, and then just having them as a trio. I don't give a fuck. I'd rather see that.
I'm cool with it.
I'm cool with
it. Like I said, honestly, we were talking about Danielson, but I still think it's either Takeshita, and Takeshita is a pay-per-view match. It is not a Dynamite or Rampage or Collision match. It is a pay-per-view match, and that literally could be the match that we're looking for.
Oh my god!
It doesn't be a dream. It could be All Out. It could definitely be another pay-per-view. As much as I like that, I guess needs it right now. He's got perfect momentum. Already, he's good. Wait, did we lose Justin?
No. You're still here. You're here, but let's see. Let's see if we still.
I think I for a second. Sorry.
Okay, no worries. But no, I mean,
everyone here?
Yeah, we're here. We're here. Can you hear us? Yep. Oh, I think we're
that's the thing. Like I said,
Mother Nature's fighting Phil right now.
I know.
You might have to sue them.
You might want to sue Mother Nature.
Might want to sue Mother Nature, bro.
He'll be back shortly. Let's see.
He'll be winning back. He'll be winning friggin' 1.3.
You know what, Kale? That's what I want. I really,
I know it's so bad, man.
You know how Pepsi Phil mentioned about the tag team division. Once Mark Davis comes back, they better put him in. They better put him into the main fucking. I hate to say like WWE style, but it is pretty much technically the fucking main roster. Like AEW. Let them go for those tag team belts.
Yes,
that's what they should go for. So,
hey, I'm telling you right now, Mark Davis and Kyle Fletcher versus GYV intrigues the shit out of me.
Oh yeah, it does.
So, like I said, anyway, but yeah, so there we go. I mean, we'll see how it goes.
I have to say the one thing though, I have to bring it up though. I felt like Ricochet was still holding back.
He was. That was not. I mean, that was NXT Ricochet. That was not early.
So I don't even feel like that was NXT Ricochet because I feel like even NXT Ricochet, like, had all this like explosive like going out there. I feel like he was just like very contained.
Well, I
mean, in this, and I was like, wait a minute. I'm expecting like this man to be like, all right, I'm out. I'm here. I'm just gonna open up and just explode. And this man's just like,
well, you know what I think, though? Well, you know what I think, champ? I think because it's a different. Obviously, I'm not talking about the ring because the ring is almost similar. I know that the ring is a 20x20 WWE, and I know that AEW is like 18x16, so it's not a 20x20. But one thing, though, I think Ricochet got so used to doing short, very quick matches for him to have an extended match like this with someone at his level. It's been a long time. He hasn't done that. I'm not saying he could have done that in WWE. He could have, but that's what I'm saying.
I think it's a little different. I think so. Ricochet's older than he was back in the day.
Of course, that too.
Because we saw a little bit of that. We saw a little bit of the old Ricochet, not old NXT, old Ricochet during the Gauntlet match. I think because he's gotten older and wiser and smarter, I think he knows that there's only like I'll put it out on the field during television taping. But if you have an all-out match coming up in 2 weeks, you can only be so reckless. I mean, look at Dante and Darius Martin. God bless them. They go into the ring 5 minutes later, they broke something.
Yeah.
I love them, and God bless them. That reckless attitude is because of the Hardy Boys.
Scary.
They need to calm themselves down and slow down a little bit. Not every match needs to have 50 hot spots. And I think Ricochet understands that. And like I said, the Kyle Fletcher match was not bad. I think we can all agree on that.
No, that fucking match was great.
But it was definitely a measured, controlled match, more than Ricochet's used to, which I think that's something he brings with him from WWE, because it's like honestly, it's like the news. You give him 20% give him 20% to suck him in. For the pay-per-view, you give him 80%, which is why I was thinking he was, because his thing, though, he didn't like. I would say that if I thought he was like slacking off or if he was injured coming back or something, but he looks like he was in control the entire time. He was just deciding what was the best move for the match. Because I feel like when he goes against Ospreay, he's going to blow the roof off of this place because he knows what the expectations are. Yeah, he already knows what the expectations are. And trust me, I am excited for the fact Pac was like, fuck you, I'm first. I'm next in line.
Hey, I like that.
Y'all can shake hands. Y'all can kiss each other on the cheek, but this one's mine. This one's mine. Like, that's why I love Pac. He was like, no.
I love it. Let's take out Will Ospreay and then just go like, welcome to AEW, Ricochet, and then gone.
Exactly.
Hey, but he did a great job doing that because you don't want to ignore Pac. Like, for him to do that shit. I mean,
we literally just had an argument. We were like worried about Pac not getting his official shot because of his things. So, literally, I was perfectly excited. First of all, I would love a women's tag title. I would first love a men's tag title in the AEW.
Hey, world elite.
What's up, elite?
Dylan was good.
So Kale's not wrong. The problem I have is that they don't do enough to support their tag teams. They had to be the best tag teams literally in wrestling 5 years ago. It is gone.
Yeah.
And honestly, with the way he treated the women's division for a long time, a women's tag team division, I would be worried that it would all just be for show.
I agree.
Two women tag team. It'd be the same thing. Two women tag teams going back and forth for the entire period, and that's going to be their tag team division. And bringing in random women to team up together.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I think I'd pass on that being the thing then.
Yeah. And I realized, I know you might say, well, how do you know? He might do better. He might. I ain't seen it Because trust me,
I don't think it'll be for a long time though.
Yeah, exactly. Because like everyone said that if he had a trios belt, y'all remember told me y'all told me I was being a bitch and a pessimistic bastard. Talking about y'all said if he merged the trios belts, he started to have a trios division. I still don't see a trios division, y'all. Where is that? Where is that?
Put the titles on a random team for Christ.
Exactly. But I remember everybody was yelling at me talking about, man, they merged them titles.
Trios titles are on a random team.
Yeah, it was like AEW, if they merged them titles, they could finally make a division. It's as barren as the Mojave Desert. Looking like an episode the day after Burning Man.
I mean, what else can we say about Dynamite Champ? What else you got on this one, brother?
MJF and Daniel Garcia. My God.
Oh my God. Yeah, you want to take this one?
Fucking incredible, I have to say. First off, MJF coming out and denouncing his American citizenship is the funniest fucking thing ever.
Y'all ain't have my back. Y'all
don't have my back. Guess what I'm gonna do? I'm not an American citizen. I'm like, excuse you? What is wrong with you?
Like I said, he carried that storyline until the finish, which was I ain't American no more.
Unreal.
I'm not an American anymore.
I have to say, friggin' to all those people out there that are not big on Daniel Garcia, how was that fire he showed right there? My God, that promo he cut.
I honestly, that's what I was looking for.
I think that was his best promos that I ever heard from him in a
Period.
while.
That was unreal. This man literally told you, ending you is like my obsession. It's my fetish. He said fetish.
Fetish. Have you heard the fucking word fetish, right?
I mean, and the thing is about it is like, and honestly, and this is like I said, say what you will about Bubba Ray Dudley, the man knows his wrestling. He basically said, it does not matter what you say. As long as you feel it and the fan believes it, you can literally say gibberish. Because here's the thing. The greatest promo in wrestling here is arguably the hard time speech. With all due respect, that speech don't make no damn sense. That is the most ridiculous speech in the world. But you sitting there going, I believe in you, Dusty. Keep going.
Right?
Daniel Garcia gave me that same energy. It's the same thing he did when Eddie did his promo against Brock Lesnar before he won the championship. That again, probably the number 2 greatest promo in the world.
I'm addicted to that hive.
Exactly. Daniel Bryan. Not Daniel Bryan. I'm sorry. Daniel Garcia tapped into something I had never seen before.
He was spitting like literally when he's like yelling at this man. I was like, that is what I want to see. No more dancing, no more nothing. Just freaking give it to him. Exactly. Deliver it all, just straight up, no fucks given, and that is exactly what he gave him. No fucks given.
And I'm going to have to give that credit to MJF because I think it's safe to say whenever MJF wrestles somebody, he always brings them up a level. Period. Like Will Ospreay didn't need to; he was already there. Daniel Garcia, who honestly we all just thought, was that dancing dude from the JAS. Then he gets hurt, comes back, screws over MJF at All In, gives this promo, the likes of which you're sitting there going, they may have real heat. And you're sitting.
Damn, man.
First of all, I'm gonna need y'all to put allegedly, because I don't want us getting sued for that shit.
At least just possibly.
Allegedly, please always use allegedly.
Quote on that. I love it.
But yeah, like I said, now he needs to do the thing that I need all wrestling promotions to do. The top guys have great storylines. He needs that shit to trickle down. He needs some storylines to start trickling down because, truth be told, whether people like to admit it or not, your wrestling promotion is built on 2 things: a really strong mid card, because then your top guys actually have something to work against. Yeah, sorry, there's lightning bolt outside, so I'm worried I might lose the power. And your tag team division. Tag team. both of those, if you have both of those, that's strong. You're like I said, that's what saved TNA. That is what saved TNA. Like that is what saved TNA.
NFG right there. No.
Yeah. Literally what it was. And like I said, this needs to be the thing like where we get back Daniel Garcia back on track.
I agree.
Like you had him in main events. He beat Bryan Danielson.
But here's the thing though, it's not just him. Like remember, they have a bunch of guys who have been fought main event guys have great pushes, and literally they have been in the same place they were when they first started. We got Ricky Starks, who's at this point looking for
basically out the door.
Yeah, Ricky Starks, Daniel Garcia, Orange Cassidy for a while there before he won the international championship. Like these, like Takeshita, who I will always shoot that man over. Like those are guys who like they have proven they can go, or the Acclaimed, who honestly deserved to have a literally a one-on-one tag team championship. That triple threat to this day, that triple threat is still bullshit in my eyes. No offense to FTR.
Oh, yeah.
No, it was bullshit. Because how many times did I say it on the show? Literally, there's no reason why FTR's in there. He just literally, it's just because Tony has this obsession with Bucks and FTR because they put on incredible matches. He's like, well, they got to be together. They got to be together. Like, no.
I'm serious. I'm not going to sit back and take this fucking shit.
We'll take the fucking shit, Tony.
You're bullshit, Tony Khan.
So I mean, honestly, like, either way, the Grizzled Young Veteran showing up was nice, but truth be told, they could have had them show up on Dynamite.
Yeah.
And honestly,
we already know that the Grizzled Young Veterans showed up on Dynamite. They are going to have a match on Rampage.
Yeah.
Which is pre-recorded because we remember we'll get into Capital Collisions coming up.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying that. Like I said, I'm not mad at the Grizzled Young Veterans showing up. They are a great tag team. They have been 100%.
Sesame
But yeah, but them coming in at a pay-per-view does not make any sense to me. Like it's kind of overshadowed by the tag thing. It's overshadowed by the pay-per-view. Although I understand because they're British, it was a good pop for the hometown crowd. But still,
not really. We were all watching it. Did you hear the crowd? Like, were they?
Truth be told, I couldn't tell. I mean, I think they had a pop, but truth be told, I don't think it was a pay-per-view pop as big as say Zack Sabre Jr.'s was, or as big as damn sure not as big as Nigel McGuinness's pop.
Nah,
I'm with you. You're not wrong about that. This is where I thought
because I think, like I said, I think they would have got a bigger pop in a smaller venue. I think.
Well, yesterday, right?
Yesterday would have been a great time for them. They could have came in, had FTR do a little promo, have the Grizzly Young Veteran show up, beat the shit out of them, get in their car, probably Sue's van, and roll the fuck out.
Yeah.
I don't care what y'all say. I miss Sue in the van.
Sue, yeah.
She still has to run over her son.
I know. Where is
for being an asshole.
I love it. But one thing we forgot about also in this item, I mentioning Jamie Hayter's return.
I was saving that one for last.
One thing.
That's my crown jewel for the night.
I noticed, but you know what? I want to mention her because man, it was good to see her. And you know, shout out to Mariah Carey. She didn't do a bad job.
Haley Cameron.
Whatever. Yeah, there you go.
Harley Cameron. Yeah.
I get confused with her fucking names. Jesus.
I know.
Close enough.
I think, but honestly, I think her real name is Mariah or some point.
I think her real name is Mariah.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Camera was it again? Was it
Harley Cameron? Yeah.
Harley Cameron.
Jesus. All right. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me on that. I'm just like, fuck, man. But I give her credit. She did a good job. She did a good job in that match.
I miss Jamie Hayter.
So it just like I gotta get used to seeing her in red hair, like. And I know people in IWC is saying about all that kind of like Becky Lynch. No, they're not.
No, I mean Temple's. They set Temple off. God bless them. They set Temple off.
I missed it. He told me about it yesterday that somebody.
No, he went off on a bunch of people.
Yeah. So I mean, he even posted it in the group. So here's the thing about Jamie Hayter. I missed her. She looks stronger. She's like I said, she's got a more. She looks like she has a more athletic build to protect her from injury, which I was really happy about because I know.
Good.
Yeah, this was a really bad injury. It kept her out for almost a year. So I'm glad that she took some steps to make sure she was protected. Looks like she does. She's doing a lot of flexibility training and things like that, probably yoga. She looked as strong as she ever did. And forgive me, the red hair unfortunately has me thinking she's a violent Betty Rubble. I don't care what anyone says.
It's the gear too. Like they keep throwing.
And don't get me wrong, I love her. And let's face it, we are. And I may be the only one with a fetish for Betty Rubble, but goddamn, woman, she came out looking strong. She came out beating the crap. And Harley Cameron, God bless her, she took an L for the team, and she took a solid L. I'm with you, Kale. I miss him too. I miss her too. But I think I think her injury was a much worse than we all know. I think there was complications on the recovery.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, you're right. It was worse than that. Well, maybe it's something we didn't know about. So you're right.
But like I said, I'm glad Jamie Hayter's back. Like I said, I'm glad the way they brought her back because they brought her independent of Britt Baker. Because to what I said, I do not want her in that shitstorm. I do not want her in that shitstorm.
No,
if that ship wants to sink, keep Jamie the fuck away from that.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right. Both of you guys are right because it makes sense. There's really.
I mean, if we get a Camille,
I thought about it. I thought about it.
If we get a Camille Jamie Hayter match, I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that too.
But that means Camille have to break away from Mercedes a little bit. But honestly, I would actually love to see that. But honestly, right now, this Jamie Hayter Saraya thing, I think will probably be the most fun I have seen in a long time because Saraya looks like she's having a good time. I mean, I know her and Jamie are been best friends back in the day, and they do have that UK connection because they're roughly from around the same area of London, or not London, but of the UK. So I think it'll be great to see them slap boxing each other. So
hell yeah. Mm-hmm. I think Saraya is a hell of a way to start off I'm back.
Yeah. And we talked about Mox and his special friend.
So I don't know how I feel about it still being Marina. I don't know how I feel about that.
I'm with you. I feel like it's random as fuck, but at the same time, I'm like, oh, that's an ugly squad right there. I mean,
legit, I thought it was Beth Phoenix, to be honest.
I actually thought it was Mercedes Martinez. I thought it was Mercedes Martinez for a second.
Like she stood there and from the back, I was like, is that Beth Phoenix? And she turned around and I was like, who the fuck is that? And they're like, that's Marina Shafir. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute, it's Marina Shafir. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
First of all, I always love Marina Shafir because she is terrifying. Literally, she's like I nicknamed her a little Putski because when she was wrestling, she reminded me of Ivan Putski back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
So for you youngins, that's old school talk right there. So, but those two together, I think would be great. I don't think she's a member of BCC, however.
I don't think either one of them have any association with BCC.
I don't think so. That's the weird part. That's the weird part. Because think about it, when they won, I know he wasn't in London, but when we saw Claudio, Yuta, and Pac back after the championship, Mox was nowhere around.
Yeah,
Mox was nowhere around him.
And when Brian won the title, he was not there.
They weren't there.
But just very brief. I wanted to say to add on. I just feel that he didn't want to be a part of that. He wanted Brian to have his moment. And Moxley's people are really questioning Moxley's ability of promos and when to come in. That motherfucker knows what the fuck to do when it comes to the experience that he had in the NXT and WWE. He took that shit and to his own level.
Oh no, I don't like I said, I do agree with you. My question right now is less about why isn't he with him, but honestly, if he's not with him, what is he doing? Because right now, this feels like a potential heel turn with Marina Shafir.
Yes.
When Champ and I were talking about that earlier when you were had network difficulties. He mentioned it's like this is really something that it's going to have us intrigued to see now weekly if we're going to see that. And there's so many scenarios Kale mentioned about GCW takeover could be from Josh Barnett. We keep hearing the Shane McMahon one.
I heard there's rumors of Sammy Callahan coming over, and they're bringing.
It's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, and I think they're putting the band together. I think literally Sammy Callahan is supposed to show up with Mini Fair, and he's going to leave the BCC, and that's going to be his new faction. What was the group? What was the group they had? What was the name of the group that Sammy and Mox had?
Oh, for the love of God, I don't even remember.
Fuck, that was like Combat Zone Wrestling days.
It was a Combat Zone Wrestling thing.
I remember that shit too.
Like, think about it. If you put those three together, Sammy Callahan, Moxley, and Marina Shafir, that right there is a most terrifying combination. Because if you never saw the Combat Zone Wrestling days of Mox and Sammy Callahan, y'all ain't seen blood. Y'all ain't
they're
seen
called the Switchblades.
Yes. So I'm hoping
Let's fucking go.
That's what I'm hoping they bring back. That is what I'm hoping they bring back.
Jay White, link up with them. Fuck the Bang Bang Gang stuff. Link up with them. Switchblades for real.
All right, was it? I think Sammy Callahan's contract is supposedly coming to an end in the next 2 months.
Well, with TNA, he's only like month to month. He's not.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
he's been in TNA for so long now.
Yeah, remember he left for a little bit, and he was freestyling in independent circuit, and he did GCW, but he went back to TNA, but only on time. He's getting paid per appearance. He's not getting like, he's in a 6-month contract up a style.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. That's like I said. That's why the rumors are floating around. Like I said, it's just a rumor, and there's no real proof. So, like I said, those two are to. Like I said, it's still a rumor whether or not Sammy's coming over. But truth be told, like you said, he is month to month, so he isn't tied to anyone. And I think if not his contract, his appearances supposedly end with TNA in the next couple of months.
I think Glory will be his last appearance, my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I feel like this is Mox putting the band back together.
Okay.
All right. That's awesome, man.
I mean, I think it'd be good. Like I said, I think if it's me, I like the one thing Moxley does well that they think Jericho can do is Moxley does well putting stuff together. Like I said, if you need him to put a trio or tag team division together, like that's the guy who I'd want to see him do it. He think about it. He was part of the greatest trio in wrestling history. He's won tag team championships all over the world, and with Sammy. So if you want to rebuild your tag team division, using Mox and Sammy Callahan is a good call. I don't know if that's I don't know if that's the case, but like if it's me, I'm like going, I'm gonna need you to do me a favor, Mox. You don't need a championship, but we need a tag division. Can we make it happen?
Right.
And give us Mark Davis back already with fucking Cal Fletcher and make that shit happen.
Well, I think Mark, you said it. I think you said it a week ago. Mark Davis is officially cleared, and all he's been doing is training. He's been training.
So he's on his way back. So oh my God, I'm going to see that. United Empire, unite again, please. Reunited, and it
feels so good.
Which will be really interesting to see where does Will Ospreay end up.
Give me them and Gristle Young veterans. Talking about damn, give me that shit. That will be.
I mean, I'm waiting to see if United Empire comes back in AEW. I wonder where that leaves Will Ospreay.
No, well, he'll be the leading faction because
no. Will he though? Will he
leave the Don Callis family? Go reunite. Have United Empire by itself. That's a trio.
That's what I'm saying.
Let it be that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If Kyle finally leaves Don Callis, gets back with Mark Davis, does the United Empire thing, brings over the rest of the United Empire guys, maybe at least one or two other people.
Well, I would say me, Eric Nari. Oh my
God. Now think about it. And Will Ospreay does not have to commit to them, but if they're running around, that's another trios faction right there. So
you know what? Fucking give me the United Empire versus the House of Black. How about that?
Oh, you just took the words right out of my fucking head.
Justin Devious. See, Devious Justin. Phil Devious Justin right here. The trio.
I mean, honestly, like I said, that's what you do to build your division.
Give me Mark Davis versus fucking Brody King.
And keep in mind, at this point, you can include the conglomeration in that mix as well.
I was just about to give it a conglomeration versus them.
Yeah,
look at this combination. And then shout out to the artist from, of course, Ring Fanatics. He's saying that.
That's a legitimate good call right there.
That's a legitimate dope fucking sounding like pairing.
That would be a badass group. He's like, yeah.
Honestly, I love.
That's what I keep thinking. That's what I thought it was originally. Like when Pac showed up after Brian won the title, I go, so Mox isn't here. I said, so is this kind of like moving Pac into BCC? So when Brian's done, they still actually get a new member in the process. But now that Mox is doing this thing where it feels like he's not even associated with them no more, it feels like Pac has to be in there by default now. But Pac's still kind of fucking around by not being in there, by doing his own thing. So it's very bizarre what's going on with that whole thing.
Absolutely. I mean, do we have any final thoughts so we can move forward, gentlemen?
I'm good moving on. I'm good. I think we got everything.
Anything you want to include, champ?
Not really, no.
All right. So let's move on to Raw before we move on to the predictions, folks, because this is the one. Obviously, the reason why I want to bring in Raw in this case, because one thing that really caught my eye on Monday Night Raw, and shout out to course to our champ right here, and notorious for fucking Raw.
I can't be involved in this conversation because I don't deal with snuff films.
Why do you say that?
Because get you.
Joe, what's up, brother? Because of what happened to Braun Strowman, I can't be associated with that.
That was unfucking real.
All right, let's start from the beginning. Like Ivan, take us through it, baby. Take us through it.
No. I'm going to say this quick. Like for me, yes, you have the Redeemer mentioned it about fucking Braun Strowman and Braun Breaker. I mean, Braun,
on me.
Bunch of Browns over here in this fucking WWE.
Exactly.
Right? Braun versus Bronson in a battle of the Bronze.
We got that shit. But once again, folks, before I move on, shout out to Get Your Podcast. Check out the new episode. Our pop media director, Just, part of the Debate Network. Check them out on all audio platforms, all over on Spotify.
Get your what? Get your wrestling.
Get your
Get your podcast.
Yes, that's right. But man, that was some meaty man shit right there. Yep, he even said he's a super meat platter. Yes, it was.
Damn right, bro.
It just that fucking tsunami off into that shit crazy.
I think what set me off was the windows exploding when he landed on him.
No,
bro, it was like a fucking kaiju fight. It's like a fucking kaiju fight. They literally were just brawling it out in the fucking ring. The bell don't even ring, and they just start brawling in the back, killing security guards, and then all of a sudden it's just finish it off by crushing a car. And it's like, I'm cool with it.
My favorite thing is someone said it best. Do you know what the theme of Bronson Reed's entire run is right now?
Kaijus.
I'm about to make a name for myself here.
It was literally Godzilla and Kong. I don't want to hear it. That's literally what that was.
Now, the reason I love it is because remember the biggest issue was everyone was like, who was Braun Breaker going to fight? And everyone said, why not Bronson Reed? And everybody's like, Bronson Reed ain't done shit to deserve it. He just killed 4 people up until this point.
See?
Exactly. Bronson Reed killed 4 people up to this point in pro wrestling. He killed Seth Rollins. He killed R-Truth. Almost killed The Miz. And now he just killed Braun Strowman.
He makes again all the security and the agents and shit that come out there, and freaking when he climbs the top rope and they're going, no, like that's gonna stop him, like idiots.
So that right, like I said, that right there was like that was a great storyline. Braun had you thinking that he actually had a chance.
I was gonna say, but he said it.
It did go a little bit late because, like, he landed on him and the glass like chipped, and then 2 seconds later, poof,
It was comedic as fuck, though.
Yo,
Yes, I was going to bring that up, but you brought it up, my boy. Thank you.
Honestly, it was like a delayed reaction when you see them them bombs go off. It's like the aftershock hit somebody.
I think that was what was so funny about the whole thing is because there's all this destruction, windows flying everywhere, and it's like the reaction that you get right now is just this tiny little spark, and it's like what?
What you're saying right now is exactly that.
I mean, the thing to remember though is even though they did have that fuck up, it still looked terrible. It looked like a horrible mess and violence wise.
I saw so many people go, Braun Strowman ruined it because he looked up like that at fuck. I'm like, what do you expect him to do? Just fucking lay there and go, okay, I'm waiting.
Exactly. No, you hit it. You hit it. You hit it. You're absolutely on point. How was it going to look like? What? Go to the side or what?
But you want to make sure he was going to fucking hit him. They want to get this spot down. They're about to destroy someone's fucking Cadillac in the parking lot.
They're trying
to call Pepsi. Insurance.
That was Corey's car. That was Corey's car.
I think it was
because he made a comment going, "I shouldn't like." It was something about insurance on his car, but he made a comment about it. About I should have got it.
You got yourself a case right there. You have to get Corey Graves' number calling you up right now.
But he had a good point though. The impact was actually
it was unreal.
It was
Truth be told, I don't think the spark and the rest of the stuff was necessary because when he landed, the car crunched. The car legitimately crunched.
I think, but for me, I'm with you. I think for me, the one thing that what really got over was really Reed on this one, and that's what we wanted. We wanted to see this. We wanted to see Bronson Reed to be dominated, and that's what we wanted. You know, we wanted him to be that dominance fucking in the roster of Raw, to be not just a fucking mid-card jobber and everything. No, now he is someone to keep an eye on because that's what we wanted. You practice that fucking back.
So you know what so you know what the sad part is for me about this moment right now is?
Tell me about
it. Can you imagine exactly? Can you imagine? Get Joe. All I'm saying is with because he uses tsunami on the car. I think it counts as an act of God. So I think insurance will cover it.
I was about to say, what do you say? Do you say like legitimately, like what happened to the car? Tsunami.
A tsunami hit it, and then go, that's an act of God. Pay me my insurance. So, but
this man's about to get his fucking all his money back.
But the thing that gets me though is at this point in time, Triple H does the one thing I have always complained about wrestling promotions can't do. He knows how to use big men. Now, when I say that, the reason I say that is, can you imagine if Keith Lee was still there?
You know what? I'm gonna save myself because I don't want to fucking digress on that one.
Like honestly, right now, that is a side note. But let's go back. Go back to Raw.
All right. Before I jump to everything else, just let's talk about that big meaty men. Anything else you guys want to add on that one before I jump?
No, I think that match did exactly what it's supposed to do. Big meaty men.
Talk about Bronson Reed's scary ass bump when he did the fucking Dukes of Hazzard slide over the fucking the car and slammed his head on the concrete.
First of all, shout out to Bronson Reed for selling the shit out of that move.
Scared the shit out of me.
He did.
All of a sudden, he gets launched up on the hood of a car and he slides across, and I'm like, Dukes of Hazzard. And then all of a sudden, he falls down almost head first on concrete. I'm like, oh, that's dedication, I guess. Yikes.
I mean, truth be told, this is what we always wanted from Bronson Reed. Like you said, Ivan, when he got cut the very first time, that man went on a tear through Japan and TNA that still to this day, I think, was probably one of the best runs for someone on the independent scene. And in the TNA and in New Japan, he was incredible. He was legitimately incredible. They signed him back. Thank you, Triple H, because I know Vince did. And truth be told, they brought him back. And like I said, it took him a long time to come back to where he was when he left. Because remember, they used to throw him into like random triple threats, whatever they could just to keep him around. And I am glad that finally they kind of like, this is what we want the big dudes to do. So right now, if you ask me, it doesn't need to happen to Bash in Berlin, but the next pay-per-view, Braun Breaker versus Bronson Reed, I want to see that monstrous match.
Damn right.
That is a match that will terrify me.
Oh,
so that's all I got on that one. I'm gonna have to hold off on that.
I'll jump on the other ones, but I just want to go out of time with the ones that I want to highlight. But
yeah, I can't do the Uncle Howdy match, man.
Well, no, man, that's gonna be for last. But all right. So now the one thing that I am excited, that I'm actually intrigued, is the Intercontinental one. Fucking Braun Breakers is fucking waiting. I want to give a shout out to these 6 men, especially the Miz. He has been impressing me, and I think we all talked about it, I believe, like last week and a couple of weeks, of how the Miz has really improved in the ring.
No, he hasn't.
Yes, he has.
No, he's always been able to wrestle like that, but they put him in a comedic bullshit role. So he has they had his ass fighting Logan Paul and a bunch of all these other stupid bullshit matches.
But have you paid attention to his abilities, what he's been doing different as of late?
He's always been good. They just finally let him cut loose.
Thank you. All right. You added the words that I wanted to add.
Yeah. I mean, no, I agree with you. Like, he has not, they did not allow, I'm saying that it wasn't him. I'm saying they didn't allow him to show what he could do. Because, like I said, the man is one of the few Grand Slam champions that WWE still has working.
Shout out to the chef. Chef, what's going on?
So, like I said, as much as, and his thing, I agree with Daniel Bryan. Miz is fucking annoying. But that man can work.
No,
that man can work.
He can fucking work. And then you know what? When he did on that triple threat match, with Pete Dunne and fucking in Xavier Woods, he did a great job. He fucking did fantastic, and he's been improving, really been improving in that ring.
Yeah,
and it's like, you're right. He's now given that, hey, go ahead, instead of like, oh, just give me 3 moves, pal. I'll be happy. Fuck off. We're exactly the Miz that we wanted to see for a long time. And we're seeing that. He proved that last week with Bronson Reed. He's been proving that like in a couple matches he's been having. So that's for sure. So I'll give him credit on that, even though we know that Pete Dunne won, and I'm happy that he won that one. And Jey Uso, awesome. I knew me too. And Jey Uso, I knew he was gonna win that one. Even though Kayla didn't get it, I know Kayla got upset. Karrion Kross lost. Me too, because I want Karrion Kross to fucking win. But Kofi as well. But Kofi doesn't need to be a part of this Intercontinental. And then we're gonna have this Monday coming up. We're gonna have another triple threat. We're gonna have Sheamus and Bronson Reed, and I forgot who was the other one. Kaiser, Ludwig Kaiser.
Right, and Kaiser.
And then we're gonna have the other triple threat match: Dragon Lee, Dominic Mysterio, and Eli Dragunov. So that's gonna be. I love this Intercontinental, type of triple threat tournament. I know that they want to make it like a 16-man tournament. Yeah, even though it would have been great, but I
agree with you. This like the 3 triple threats that lead to a triple threat that leads to the number 1 contender. It's a different way of doing it. It's a different way of doing it, of the quote unquote tournament style, and it makes perfect sense. Truth be told, I had a nightmare that like Xavier Woods would win and Kofi would win, and they'd be
man, what a nice touch that would have been, though.
Exactly. So, I mean, I'm glad. I mean, I understand where they're going, but honestly, if you wanted to worry about the New Day breaking up, having that happen would be all you would need to have that happen right there. But I do understand that. What I will say also is that those 6-man, like those 3-man tags have been, first of all, this is probably.
I'm sorry. That leaping that he popped.
Wow.
Oh my God! What the fuck?
Hilarious. I will say this though, that's the best I've ever seen Karrion Kross be in a long ass time.
I've seen him PCW. He was awesome. But
no. I meant
so damn good.
No. I meant in WWE. Since he got brought up to main roster after being cut and coming back, that is the best I have seen him, or should say, the best they have let him perform. I think that's the way we should put it from now on.
He's so damn good, but man, they give him such dog shit booking. It's not even like funny anymore.
This is the best booking. This is the best booking moment he's had. Period. Since he come back,
and that says a lot.
Yo, boy,
it's a 2K.
Banger. I feel like Rhino when I do this.
So, I mean, like I said, also, I'm with you. I'm happy Pete Dunne got ahead. He still got his beef with Sheamus, and I feel like Sheamus going to cost him the match.
No, because he would have cost him this one. He didn't. So Pete Dunne is too worried about the other one. We'll get into the other one, but I mean, before I move to the last one, but I mean, Redeemer Champ, I don't know, and on the triple threat, give us your thought.
Honestly, there she is.
Hey, Kayla, we're talking about your boy.
I like it. I really do. I like the idea of how they did this. I went when they said tournament, and everyone was like, "Oh, so we're going to be doing brackets." No, this is a really interesting way to do it. Mm-hmm. 4 triple threats lead to a 1 fatal 4-way. You decide your number 1 contender. It's simple. It's honestly a very nice little twist on how to do a tournament. It doesn't really hurt that much. Mm-hmm. It's interesting. Like, again, I think they're doing it a kind of a good way here. I think it feels very good to do. It's not you want to get your number 1 contender for Braun, then this is how you do it. You don't have to go all the way through freaking like a month and a half of a freaking bracket tournament to try to determine your number 1 contender for him. Make it something simple, and it works.
I mean, it makes sense because they just got off the King and Queen of the Ring for that tournament. Exactly. The G1 Climax just happened. I think everyone might be a little bit close to tournament burnout at this point.
Yeah. So if it's something that you could just be like, it's a tournament, but it's something quick, you could just be like, done.
Mm-hmm.
Decide. There you go.
I know. I'm excited, honestly. I really am. And this, seeing the other triple match coming on Monday Night Raw, I'm excited for that. I'm looking forward. But the one that I wanted to, I know that Phil doesn't want to touch it, but, Redeemer and I will kick it off with this one. It was the main event. Look, it did hit me.
I can't stop almost wanting to cry every time I hear Shatter. Every time I hear Shatter, I get freaking like that feeling in the pit of my stomach where I just go, oh my God, I don't know if I'm gonna make it through this.
Yeah.
I mean, on the one hand, I'm happy. Honestly, I'm happy for
She marked out.
Honestly, on the one hand, I'm happy for Bo Dallas or Bo Rotunda, whichever one he's using at this point. Uncle Howdy, because I feel like this is a good bit of like cathartic release for him. Because this is a great character, great storyline, and I was okay watching the match until he started doing some of the Bray moves in there. That the dancing and and lean back, or the Matrix back thing. And I was like, oh, fuck me, God damn it.
Yeah, when he did the little ballroom dance with Chad, I was like, oh, and I was like, oh, Bray. And then I was just like, I just sat there and watched him, and then all of a sudden he did the lean back, and he looked at him, and I'm like, oh my God. And then when he did when Chad was out on the floor and he stuck his head to the rope and he did the Harper thing, and I was like, oh my God. I was like, this is why I love this so much, because it's not just a Bray tribute, it's a Harper one too. It's like, come on.
And I agree with what Tim King said. He looked solid and he looked crisp in his moves. Like he does look
just like him. That's the thing that scares me so much. Is I just go, is that right?
He does, but honestly, he doesn't. He also has his moveset is so different from Bray's, and this will sound terrible, but Bray had a different mechanics to his body that I think Bo's look or Uncle Howdy looks a little bit smoother on some parts of it. That I noticed, but it's the thing when he started doing the callbacks, that's when I was like, Jesus, all right, well, I guess that's what we are.
Sister Abigail looks great though.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%.
Can we give a shout out to Chad Gable on that one? How the fuck
yeah.
He died.
Oh my God, right?
I thought he got spiked into the ground.
Yes, I was just like, oh. I got cringe when I saw that. I cringe. I'm like, fuck, I hope his neck is okay. Because that neck, when it went back, I'm like, fuck, that looked horrible.
That's the one thing I have to say about the whole thing. As much as I love this Wyatt Six stuff, I still feel so bad for Gable watching him just be on the downward spiral right now.
I don't see
all the stuff with Gunther, all the stuff with Sammy, all the stuff with this. He has gone on just lose over and over and over, and it's like
that's the weird thing though. If you think about it, he is losing, but the interesting thing about his is that during his downward spiral, quote unquote, He's left the Alpha Academy. He's formed American Made. After he gets past assuming he survives the Wyatt 6, he has American Made to lean on. He has Ivy Nile and the American Made as well. I think this is a pretty good setup for him to be like, the Kurt Angle bad that we want to see, because I think he's doing a really good job of it. I think the good thing about this one is that there is a form of generosity in the fact that Gable's taking the L's for the Wyatt 6 because he wants them to get pushed up a lot faster than normal. So on this one, I think I have to give him. I'm giving him pretty much props for the fact that this doesn't necessarily deviate from his storyline, but it is a bit of a parallel movement for him. So that once he's done with it, he can go back to non-parallel. But like the fact that he's doing this, it shows a lot of his good acting chops. Also, a lot of his like wrestling skills, and not just like wrestling, but like being able to like sell, do promos, do mic stuff, do acting that we want to see. So I'm pretty.
The Wyatt 6 thing is over, but it's like Gable's helping to get it over more.
Yeah, exactly. And I think
I still feel that it has a lot more because that story, it's gonna really develop more than what.
No, I think it does. I think it will. And honestly, I think I don't know if he'll win one match or if they'll let him win one, but I do.
At least he ain't jumping to Snorbin.
Which I don't know where he is right now.
Appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
But yeah, I'm pretty. But at the very least, they're still keeping Chad. They're still keeping Chad relevant. Because here's the thing: that you need to do something because there is a full Intercontinental Title Championship going on, a tournament going on, and he's not in it. And you need to do something with that. And if he's not in it. He's fighting the Wyatt 6. That's why he's
that's fine because he's main event. He fucking main evented twice. On Monday Night Raw. So let him have it.
Also,
6-man tag, and now this.
He's also part of the number 1 and number 2 storyline for Raw.
Absolutely.
I
agree. And I don't see nothing wrong with it. But look, Bo Dallas looks incredible. He looks really tall. Yeah, I know. And I'm speaking physique. I know he doesn't look like the best shape, but I could tell that he's trying to. Hold on. Okay. He may try to feel like, kind of reminiscing his brother in a way, and weight wise maybe because he's wearing something under, look like it, but physique wise, like muscle, stamina, he's there on his own certain way. But he's not trying to be like a brother. I can tell he's not trying to go to like fully like him. But this is what I think. I mean, this is my opinion. He's really mixing his persona along with his brother and along with Brody Lee, all into fucking one. And what he's doing, he's taking these characters, he's everything, and making it into himself. Like because you got to think about it, Pepsi. So why for him? Which it makes. This is one thing I am glad what Pop H is doing, that Vince will not fucking do this shit, because he'll fucking don't make them discover themselves. No, they don't know some motherfucker.
Shorty G.
Yeah, exactly right. Shorty G. I mean, the way how he's making Bo Dallas and the crew, Pepsi Phil. It's really this is who we are. But
I think that is a fair point. However. You have to remember that Bo Dallas, however you want to call him, was exactly like his brother. If you look at the documentary on Bray, him and Bray had the exact same aesthetic. Like when they were growing up, that was pretty much how they treated. Like that was the aesthetic that they went to, like the Bray Wyatt Uncle Howdy mode. So while I do think to some extent his moveset and stuff is inspired by Bray, I think Uncle Howdy really is him. Like I think it's like when Bray went from Husky Harris to Bray Wyatt. I think it's similar with Bo Dallas from Bo Lee becoming Uncle Howdy. Like I think that's the pure persona that he wanted to always be, and for him finally achieving that. Because keep in mind, remember when before Bray died, he was working on an angle where him and Uncle Howdy would be a tag team going to the WWE. So I don't think it's like let me take from Bray. I think this is what I would have done with Bray if Bray was with me as well.
That's
So
why
I think
3. That's why I said 3. I didn't say like 2. I said a mixture. Like I'm with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. You're right. That's what I'm saying. I said 3 for his persona that he already had plans before the whole passing in the end, but continue to tribute for the other 2 that left our world and make it really okay, because it's like a movie. That's what they're doing in this case. It's like a cinematic type of movie style. But hey, you have the persona. What is it called? I don't want to compare this movie, but it's kind of in a way like the one, I forgot the name. There's the one where you're psychotic and you think of 6 different personalities, and then you become something. That's what's it's similar to that. What I feel what Bolus is himself, but he sees Bo Dallas, he sees Bray Wyatt, he sees Brody Lee, so he's mixing it all together. Like they're all talking to him. This is the inner in here, all mixed into all 4. Besides his real persona, his Bo Lee persona, his Bray Wyatt's persona, and Brody Lee's in all 4 into one that he's doing along with his characters is like shit. Is like I'm loving it. I know people in IWC are kind of trying to rush it. Hey, let's have like a tag team, like give them a title shot. No. Give them their time to build who they are to us, the fans, so we can know once we'll know where the critique will be when it comes to in any title contention. Right now, it is way too early. It's better to slow it, take the time. And really, especially when they head to Netflix, Justin even said, "Like, whoa, they gotta fucking cause chaos and fucking like,
God,
oh my god!" Like, it's just,
you imagine what Netflix no freaking boundaries whatsoever. Wyatt 6 is gonna be like. It's gonna be out of control.
I mean, I'm kind of with Dom on that. I don't think it's gonna be that insane. I think they'll pick and choose the right spots to drop it.
Yeah. That's I get that.
But I don't know if it's gonna be that insane. I think it'll be definitely edgier. But I mean, I don't think it'll be like he said. It ain't gonna be boom titties left and right or boom or boom blood.
But at least it will be like. Can we say?
Yeah.
Can we say like the beginning of it of Netflix? Just say the first Raw on Netflix. They can really do some kind of shit like that. Welcome to Netflix and be like, pop, but put the camera there. I'm like, oh shit! All right, I'm excited. Like,
I feel like they're experimenting with stuff right now. Anyway, I feel like they're experimenting with things they can do anyway.
And you could tell this is Papa H allowing them to tell the story. He's not even. He's like, go ahead. Please me, and I want to see.
And then I'm gonna bring in something old. I'll bring in something old that might seem a little petty. This is
you're old, damn it. I'm old too, but you're old.
But here's the thing, though. This is where Sasha Banks would have thrived. Like at this point in this era, the way they're building WWE, this is where she would have thrived. Like I know she's making a lot of money with AEW. But the system they have here is where honestly she belongs and where she would have thrived. Because I feel like it waited a few more months and came back. God damn it. God damn it.
I love this, man.
Damn, Jones.
It's like when Shang-Chi will be Humpty. Humpty is really who he is, aka getting busy in the Burger King bathroom.
Exactly.
To do the hump.
But the only reason I'm mentioning is, and honestly,
I love you, champ. Fucking sing the song.
Yeah, the only reason I mention is because not to be petty towards Mercedes, but honestly to recognize the fact that they have such a solid production team work down that they can fill in the holes that you have in your program. Like that's what this place. Because let's face it, it took a while. Like I said, it took a while for Chad Gable to get to where he is right now. And it started off with a very weird interaction with Sammy. Then he turns on Sammy. Then he turns on the Alpha Academy. And now he's a legitimate heavy hitter. The same thing with Bronson Reed. Because remember, that's a mid-card dude who was being treated like he was mid, who suddenly jumped on the mid-card. And like I said, don't get me wrong, like I'm not saying they had weaknesses, but like there are things that they highlighted in them that allowed them to kind of like push past whatever limitations they had. which is I feel like what we're missing with her, which I don't think AEW has because they kind of expect talent to do the work for themselves, which is a good thing and a bad thing depending on where you are in your development. So, I think that's about it for Raw for me because I think we covered everything.
I mean, those are the highlights I wanted to cover. I didn't want to cover anything else, details of it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything else.
Beat Bobby Yuri. Appreciate you for tuning in on Twitch. Thank you very much. Any final thoughts so we can move on? Anything else?
That was prediction time, baby.
Prediction, baby.
It is prediction time because it's not only one event, folks. It's damn. I'll tell you. But we're just gonna give the first two that I'm gonna talk about is the ones that we're excited to see. The other two, then we'll break down that one. So that's I don't want to. It's because there's too many fucking matches. I don't want to do all of them. I can talk about it, but just give me guys your thoughts. That Matt Hardy, can you please tell us what is that time, please? Because I'm waiting for you, and it's time. All right.
The 7 deities have come to me with a very powerful premonition.
Wonderful.
You see, he said it. It's premonition. Premonition, yes. And we're gonna start off, folks, with the New Japan Capital Collision. We're gonna start with that. These are the matches that are happening. There's so many happening on tomorrow. And for all audio listeners that you'll be getting this morning, that'll be today happening. There's so many matches. We have Van Vandergriff versus Julia Beck. We have Mira Shirakawa and Hamade versus our girl Viva Van and Tricia Dora. We do have Titan versus Zack Sabre Jr. Tetsuya Naito versus TJP. We have Fred Roser and of course Tom Lawler versus his former faction. We're gonna have TDMK versus Hechisero and what is it, Virus. The one I'm looking forward to is really Hiromu versus Mustafa Ali and Leo Rush versus Gabe Kidd. I'm looking forward to seeing that. Those are the ones that I'm excited for. Triple threat match for the more contendership for those strong team titles. The Grizzled Young Veterans versus Tomohiro Ishii and the Tanahashi and versus Bad Tito, which we had here on the show, and Robert Eagles. David Finlay, of course, in his faction versus Chaos, pretty much technically is there. And then the main event, of course, Phil's favorite person, Injustice. DEL versus Momo Watanabe, which, you guys could really, you don't have to break down every match, but really, which is the ones that you guys are excited for? So that's the biggest question here. Are you guys excited? I'm excited for my girl right here. Viva Van.
Viva Van, let's go.
Let's go, baby. She's gonna do momentum in with Tricia Dora. Fucking awesome. But
that's awesome.
All right. I mean, Redeemer, break it down, brother. Which one are you really excited to see out of this event?
I'll tell you right now, card looks really good. ZSJ and Titan sounds really interesting to me.
Yes.
Definitely, because I have actually, to be honest with you, not seen much of Titan. So him and ZSJ sounds very, very, very good. Naito and TJP sounds kind of fun to watch, honestly. Like, I like TJP. I really do.
I know.
I think he's awesome. I like that we have GYV in the number one contendership. Like, that's awesome. But really, Ali and Hiromu is my big one right there because freaking that just sounds epic.
Yeah.
Like, beyond that, like, I want to see it. I want to see it, like, especially that freaking stipulation of if Hiromu loses, he has to publicly say that Ali is the best junior heavyweight.
Yes, he has.
That is hysterical to me. I would say Gabe Kidd and Leo Rush sounds freaking awesome because I really like Leo Rush, but man, fucking Gabe Kidd is unreal. That guy is a menace. Like, absolute menace. I'm telling you, just make him the freaking leader of Bullet Club at this point. Kick David Finlay out, get rid of him, and just let Gabe Kidd be the leader because that man is unreal. And it's I'll give it this. I like Momo Watanabe. I really do.
Oh, yeah.
I'm happy to see her in there. Like, I think she's awesome. So I think her and Mercedes could have an actual really good match, and I hope that it's actually going to be good. But for the most part, this card looks really good. I might have to really find the time to watch this because this looks very intriguing.
I know. It's going to be very exciting to see and seeing, and Mirakawa too. Oh my God.
Oh, Mina, respectfully. Good Lord.
Respectfully. Good Lord. Diva Van, respectfully. Jesus,
Yes,
I am so with you. I think that for me, honestly, brother, the match that I'm looking forward to this card is really, Hiromu and Mustafa Ali. The first one they had. This better be a banger one. I'm excited. I'm excited to see actually Zack Sabre and fucking Titan because Sabre, even though he's used to facing high flyers like Will Ospreay in a way, but Titan is different. This is Lucha Libre style. And we know that Zack Sabre has competed in Team ML, so he's familiar with that. But this is really different, and I'm excited to see how that chemistry, the psychology is going to work between them two. That I'm excited for. Gabe Kidd is going to destroy Leo Rush. I'm sorry, Leo, but
dude,
Gabe Kidd is a fucking natural, man. You got to see him in the G1.
I tell Bakley that so much because I fucking love Gabe Kidd, but every time I listen to him talk, I go, just let him talk. He's gonna cuss somebody out for the next 20 minutes, but you know what?
Man.
Fucking epic, man.
Can we say just that he's the future of fucking Jay White, Phil, and just can we say that?
Yes.
He is that future.
Yeah.
Yes. He is, man. That kid has a lot of momentum.
Jay White would be proud of him, literally.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Pepsi, Phil, which one are you excited to see, brother?
So I'm kind of on the same boat. Like I said, I'm excited for Ali because honestly, I've always been a fan of his and always thought he got a bullshit deal in WWE.
It's fair.
So Ali's and those two, I think, will probably be the match of the night, which I know, considering this card, is hard to say. And this is me being petty again. I want the New Japan Strong Women's Championship to be a great match, but I need Mercedes Moné to fucking lose.
I know. Put it on Momo. That'd be nice.
Truth be told, Momo Watanabe is such a crisp, clean wrestler.
She's fantastic, man.
And honestly, I feel like she's going to carry this match. I honestly feel like she's going to carry this match. But that's not the match I'm most excited for. And surprisingly, it is actually the triple threat between the tag teams with Ishii and Tanahashi versus apparently everybody who's younger than them. Because there's something about that. There's something about that three-way
battle. You gotta say it that way, huh?
Because what is it? It's Eagles and Tito versus with Drake and Gibson.
Yep.
Yeah.
Honestly, true young veterans, but think about it this way. You could have that match without Ishii and Tanahashi and it'd still be a banger.
I would put Aaron Henare and fucking Great O'Con in that one instead of
honestly, I would think honestly I agree. I think O'Con would probably be a much better pick. Don't get me wrong.
Aaron Henare versus Gibson. Oh my god.
Now don't get me wrong. Now we can't sleep on Ishii because like I said, he was one of the MVPs of the G1 Climax. He apparently pulled out some moves I ain't never seen him pull off. And Tanahashi's always going to be Tanahashi.
Of course.
So that's the one I'm most excited for. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love your girl and Trisha Dora, but they gonna get their ass whooped.
I know they're facing
Chirikawa and Hamada gonna whoop that ass.
And Hanako,
I don't give a damn, but as long as they're in the
I love Viva, and I think Viva will hoard herself well.
Viva, I'm gonna play this clip for you, so you better tell them you're bullshit, Pepsi Phil. You better tell them bullshit. I hear you, but I'm excited to see folks. People are listening and watching. Get ready for great pro wrestling event happening to you, starting from Friday, and this is not the only one.
Because I think Capital Collision's on the New Japan Pro Wrestling app, so I have that going for me.
I know, but there's a lot more going because Matt Hardy. What else do we have?
The 7 deities have come to me with a very powerful premonition.
Wonderful.
Yes, we got another one. And that's this one. Oh
man, what a card this is.
This is a card right here. TNA wrestling having emergence happening. Main event, according to is gonna be Nick Nemeth defending the TNA World Heavyweight Championship versus Josh Alexander. We have the X Division Championship on an X Division match, which you're gonna have Alex Hammerstone, you have Zachary Wentz, you have Laredo Kid, you have or Riley Osborne, you have James Hodgson, and Speedball Mike Bennett defending that title. You have Macklin versus Eric, which is Eric Young, which I'm looking forward to seeing that. Kushida versus Frank Kazarian, I'm actually looking forward to seeing that. You got the System versus Joe Hendry. You gotta believe in Joe Hendry.
I believe in Joe Hendry.
You gotta believe in Joe Hendry and Santana as well. You're gonna have Spitfire and Jordan Grace versus Masha Slamovich and Ash Bagans and Alicia Edwards. What a stack card they're gonna have there. They're gonna only have 2, 4, 5, 6 matches they're gonna be having. They're heading that direction like fucking the NXT, which is fine. I'm excited. But gentlemen, which one are you guys excited to see? And looking forward to seeing it. Appreciate you, Edward. Thank you so much.
Love that.
I'm only excited for one match. I'm only excited for one. And don't get me wrong, all of them are going to be great, but there's only one match I'm excited for. Steve Macklin versus Eric Young.
Hey, yo, I'm not going to lie. That match is really sounding dope. To be honest.
Exactly. Like, I've always loved Steve Macklin, and honestly, I always felt like he got a little bit of a raw deal in the championship run. But truth be told, him against Eric Young could be the nastiest fight we have ever seen. So, like I said, I don't follow TNA as close as I would like to, but I followed that storyline right there. And I'm telling you right now, Jesus. I mean, first of all, Santana, when Santana was in the mix, the match he had was amazing. So I'm not upset with the Nick Nemeth thing. I think Nick Nemeth and Josh Alexander is going to be that's a 100% banger right there because they're not going to be disappointed at all with that. But for me, I've always been a fan of Macklin, and I've been an old school Eric Young fan forever, back when he was just EY. So I'm excited for him to come in this match. Overall, like I said, it's TNA. Honestly, the thing that keeps that people need to remember is TNA don't miss. They don't miss.
They really don't, to be honest with you, especially when it comes to pay-per-views.
Exactly.
They really don't miss.
They got a small footprint, which is unfortunately, I wish they had a larger one. And we'll talk about the partnership they have with WWE later, I imagine.
Yeah.
But that footprint is very intentional and very deliberate because you walk in, because even if you are a newbie with no frame of reference whatsoever, or you've taken a break for a few months, and you come back to it, even if you don't know the storylines, you immediately get sucked into everything. Like 100%, you get sucked into like the entire storyline. So, like I said, the only one I really care about is all of them are good, but the one I really care about is the Eric Young and Steve Macklin match. In the sense that's the one I'm most vested in. Is probably the best way to put it.
I mean, I'll say it all the time. I will never stop being pissed off about the whole Macklin and freaking Wesley Blake getting the shaft in WWE because Jackson Riker is a piece of shit. I'm sorry. I will never not stop being pissed off about that because that is nonsense that they got freaking put on the sidelines because he's an asshole. That is stupid to me. Forever.
I mean, I don't agree with it, but I know what they were thinking. It's the thing that Vince always does. Put you on the shelf, pull you off, and then bring you back with a storyline. The problem is that they got lost in the shuffle and then got shit on, basically. And then they got released for no goddamn reason.
Exactly. Big time. Honestly, there's 2 matches on here. Like I think Macklin and Eric Young is going to be awesome. I think the 8-man tag match is going to be fun. But really, the 2 big ones, it is Ultimate X. I mean, I love Ultimate X. I want to see how in the fuck is Hammerstone in Ultimate X going to work? My God, I'm telling you, that man's gonna pull the whole structure down.
Keep in mind, they said the same thing about Joe. They said the same thing about Joe when he won the X Division.
But I look at Hammer and just go, that man could literally jump up there, grab the rope, and the whole thing bends in.
I mean, him doing the Hurricanrana would be hilarious, or 480 would be hilarious. So
that'd be wild. And really, the Iron Man match main event is the one big one that I think Nemeth. When it comes to Nemeth and Josh Alexander, those two are fantastic, and the fact that you're going to let them go at it for an hour is going to be unreal, like literally unreal.
Yeah, I mean, that's like I said. That was going to determine when we get into Sunday. I'm going to hold myself on that. But man, no, I'm with you. I think the one I am excited for the X division to be back. That's the one I'm like, oh my God, the Laredo Kid. I've been Laredo Kid in TNA for quite some time. I mean, that's just me, and like I'm excited to see that. And shout out to Riley Osborne for NXT, a build up to be in this, in this fucking matchup, and I'll give him credit. I'll give him credit what credit's due. And I don't know, and I know I'm tied out of my ass, but I have to. I feel that Zachary Wentz might be the close to get it, and who's gonna come and fucking cause it for him?
Oh God,
fucking Wesley. Don't be. I know everything. I know. But
I
mean, it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea.
It's not.
I have so much to say about that. Like,
I can't wait till we get NXT.
I hate it.
But it looks like it might head the direction. Maybe, I don't know. I may be wrong. I'm just saying that. And the same with the main event with Nick Nemeth. And I don't know. I can't tell you that one either because I'm gonna save myself until we give our aftermath power because we don't even know. There's so much we can assume to. But I'm hoping that Emergence is going to be a great event. It's good to see the women, especially. I'm a big fan of Masha. She's, man, a fucking banger in the ring. Respect.
She is awesome.
Respect. She's fucking awesome. And seeing the Hardens, yes, with Tantana and Bob in this one against the system, man, it's awesome. And I keep forgetting. It's not what the fuck is his name now? It's not Dango. What the fuck is it? Like,
the hell is it? JDC.
Yeah, JDC. What? Oh my God! I mean,
don't get me lying.
I'm just excited for him to be involved in this one.
Because get it what it is. Why it's called JDC? Because he's Johnny. Because he's Johnny Dango Curtis.
I see you put a lot of thought in that. Okay.
No, that's literally why. That's literally what it is. Johnny Dango Curtis. Because originally when he was in NXT, he was Johnny Curtis, and he turned into Fondongo. Now he was Dirty Dongo. Now he just said, "Fuck it, I'll just be both."
Oh my God.
I mean, on our side, it's good to see him working. It's like you said, I've been pretty happy with his work so far. So his work rate's been great. So I'm not
agreed.
I will make fun of his name, but I will not make fun of that man in the ring.
No, I'm not.
He's damn good. I'll give him that.
Hell yeah! But the one match that I think the match of the night, it has to be the X Division one. I think that's going to be the one, the Ultimate X. And because this is going to be the first time I don't know if it's Zachary's first time. I don't remember. I have to go back. But I know it's going to be the first time for all these 6 men, especially for Speedball Mike Bailey. Like, you're defending your title in that match. That match is historic in TNA back in the old school days. Fuck, man. There's so much shit.
Like, I mean, honestly, it's the first time they've had a real Ultimate X match in how many years?
Oh yeah, how long has it been though? I don't remember.
I feel like it's been a decade since they've had it can't be 10 years, probably 5, but it has been a very long time since we had a true Ultimate X, like brouhaha, as we like to call it. So
wasn't it not that long ago? I swear it
wasn't.
I
thought it was 2, but I thought it was only 3 people though.
No, there was one that recently had like a stacked one, and then like
maybe honestly,
and then they even had the women's one.
I think that I remember the women's one.
I remember it wasn't that long ago, It really wasn't that long ago.
No, it wasn't because it was. I think it was last year, but I didn't think that men's X Division match was like. I thought it was a triple threat.
Man, that's
okay. If we're looking at it this way, technically the women's one was the last one before this.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
for the men, the last one was in 2023.
Okay,
So
all right.
It was a number one.
last year.
It was a number one contenders one,
Okay.
and Wentz was in that one.
Okay, so yeah, that one doesn't count.
Okay.
That one does not count.
So
So that's
that
the
means
number one
that-
contender.
Okay.
It was Allen Angels, Zachary Wentz, Mike Bailey, Rich
Yeah.
Swann, Ace Austin, and Samurai Del Sol.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, this doesn't. That one I didn't count that one because the belt wasn't on the line. It was just a number one contenders match.
Yeah, because technically, if you're not even counting that, it literally says the last title match one was was 2023, and it was Ace Austin and Chris Bay versus the Guns.
Yeah. So.
Oh my God! I'm excited to see that. I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to turn out to be. I'm excited.
Because I remember, I think the last X Division match I saw had like 5 people in it, but it was for the belt. Because I don't even remember who won it. Jesus.
We're almost there. So we got 2 more predictions. Let's get into the one. Matt Hardy.
The 7 deities have come to me with a very powerful premonition.
That's right, premonition. That's right. The predictions for Saturday is happening on the watch along, folks. That is Bash at Berlin. That's what we're Bash in Berlin. I keep saying at. It's in Berlin, but it is in Berlin. We have 5 matches. I don't see nothing happening on the pre-show, but we do have 5 matches. We have the Women's Tag Team Championship being defended, and we have a strap match. We have the Family Feud happening there. That's pretty much what it is. If only Steve Harvey was involved in that. We have, you know what? Let's just fucking get into it. Might as well. So I'm gonna this one we are gonna go by one, folks, because this is the one that is like, okay, I'm curious to hear these our 2 hosts here. You know, what are their premonition of this one? Let's start off with the women's tag team matchup. We do have Jade Cargill and not Miss Park. It's Bianca Belair.
We got that coming up.
Versus Isla Dawn and Alba Fire. Which shout out to the women though. Can we get a shout out to at least they're now putting Alba Fire and Isla Dawn more on television and really involved in these type of shits? I'm fucking happy for them. They're getting somewhere because they are talented. Respectfully. All right? I mean that respectfully. You know, we know we're TVMA, but we're men, but we respect women. You know, but I'm excited to see this matchup, and I'll go very brief on this one. I see a retaining. I don't see regaining. I see somebody walking away and going heel, and that is, of course, Jade Cargill. I have a fucking feeling this might be the beginning of it, heading into Bad Blood before Survivor Series, because it'd be the bad blood between 2 sisters, and then Naomi's gonna be like, "What happened? Why did you do that? Get the fuck away from me!" Then we're gonna see that type of shit. Maybe I'm maybe jumping the gun on this one, but something tells me this is gonna be the last straw for them to be like, you know what? I'm out of this shit. I'm tired of this shit. And then we're gonna see the heel version of Jade Cargill. Should it happen too soon? Maybe, but then again, what are you doing with them? You gotta do something. I don't know. It's tough on that one, honestly. So, Redeemer Champ, who do you got on now?
So, I know this is gonna sound. I might probably be the only one on here, but honestly, I think it's going back to Jade and Bianca here.
Ooh, okay.
I do, and I'm not. Again, I really like Alba and Isla, and again, I'm glad they had their moment in Scotland. But I feel like that was literally all it was for. It came down to that moment of literally we had all these people from Scotland and they were losing. They had to give them one, and it had to be them at that point. Honestly, I think it's going back to Jade and Bianca. I do think a turn is coming, but I don't think it happens here. I think it happens more in the run when they're champions.
Okay, I like that.
I think it happens more. I think they end up getting the titles back, and then down the line, we start to see a little bit of dissension. So that way, when it comes down to it, we start to see like beyond. Honestly, I think it should be Bianca turning. I think it should because I think
why do you like
I'm
that?
serious. I think I'm telling you, her character to me is heel. When you walk around and you tell us you're the EST, the best, the greatest, the fastest, the everything with an EST at the end of it, you're a freaking heel. Hands down. Like, to me, I feel like it shouldn't be the obvious. It should not just be Jade turning because of that. Like, I get it. More than likely, it's not going to end up going that way because WWE loves Bianca Belair, and Bianca Belair is this motivational, like, figure to a lot of women and everything else. But it's like, go against the grain. I say make it happen. I say have Jade be the one to be the baby face in this situation while Bianca's the one to make the turn. I think it makes it a hell of a lot more interesting. Like, again, but like I said, I think the main thing here is you will get the turn, but it has to happen more in the run when they're champions to the point where it makes them lose the titles. That's when you can have Bianca do the turn and go, listen, we may have worked together and been tag team champions again, but we started losing a lot, and that's on you. That's when Bianca could start to pull that kind of stuff like that, and that's where I honestly think is going to lead down the road to it. I just don't think they're ready to pull the trigger on it just yet of a singles match between these two. So more than likely, like I said, I think it's going to be more in the run where they start to do the breakup. But I do think they are regaining the tag team titles.
Oh, this is such good shit. Fuck, now you got me thinking now. Now I can't wait to fucking Saturday to watch this shit. Fuck, Redeemer, you just really made bad points. Oh my god, now that's gonna be stuck. Now I have to go to Game Breaker Smart to fucking tune in SmackDown with y'all because I'm not fucking curious. Oh my god, man, Pepsi Phil, I don't. Do you feel that same? Because I don't know. Because I'm like,
stop with that. No, actually, I agree.
Wait, you said no? Hey, yo, what the fuck?
I think Bianca and Jade does win.
Okay.
However, I think Jade's the one who turns. I think it's obvious, but honestly, I'm okay with that. I think right now Bianca's in a place where turning her heel fucks up her brand and fucks up the plans they have for her. Jade turning heel, granted, it is obvious, but I think that's the best part about it. Because the thing about Jade that I love is the fact that she can go heel at the snap of a finger. She is great at it. She knows how to pull it off. And honestly, unlike the other place, they have enough of a foundation that being a heel when you're a newbie is a little bit easier because then everything's placed on the face to carry most of the work. And honestly, all Jade has to do is talk, which we know she can do. Like 100%, we know she can do. Her skills are good. They are like she's been doing dark matches, she's been getting the reps, and she's been doing a fine job. I think having Bianca be a face and lose to her is pretty much what's going to end up happening. And I think Justin's right. They're going to win the championship. They're going to end up either having the breakup cause them the belt, and that's where the villainy starts. And then Naomi's going to be stuck in the middle trying to choose a side.
Oh, this is where I'm going to have my... I feel that Naomi might be the one turning heel alongside with Jade Cargill.
I mean, it's possible. It is.
I'm not against it.
I am not against that either.
Because heel Naomi is something I'm kind of intrigued by.
Mm-hmm.
My God.
Because I don't think it's never really been a thing, right? Heel Naomi has never been a thing.
How long has it been? She hasn't been a heel since that. What was the bad? What was it called? The one with her and Monet.
Was that when her and Tamina and Sasha were a thing?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
But they weren't heels, though.
They technically were, though.
They were heels. What are you talking about? They were fucking heels.
They were the heels in that situation.
Yeah.
You know, against, the submission sorority, a.k.a. we ain't going to use that name no more because website. And then Team Bella.
Oh, my God.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, exactly. See, even feels like never mind. It's a tough one. It's a fucking tough one. But man, oh my god, that was really gonna. That was gonna then gonna have us three intrigued how the fuck is gonna turn out to be. Damn, you're absolutely right. Fuck, man, that one I'm curious. All right, next match that I want to talk about, which I feel like it should be the honestly because it hasn't been the story how Redeemer said it. He said it on Raw. Doesn't really got us really like, And then what fucked it up was somebody in the IWC community took a, which I'm not saying was a fan. It was somebody that probably took a picture of these two morons talking about what's going to happen on Raw and how we're going to like, fuck, man, fuck off. Don't do that shit. Leave it alone. Let's talk about fucking CM Punk and Drew McIntyre's trap match. You literally fucked up this story with that picture that came out today on social media.
Wait, what?
They did. They were.
That was a thing?
No, I'll look for it and I'm gonna send them in the chat so you can see it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, exactly. It kills the fucking story. Leave it the fuck alone. Like, fuck.
I'll be honest with you. There wasn't much of a story after what's her face. After the first loss. After that, it stopped. It was at this point, it just turned into a repetitive nightmare.
Yeah, I get it, but then again, I had to be considerate. And maybe I don't know if you feel the same, both of you guys. This man just came back from this tricep injury. I had that myself, not the fucking ripped one, but I had that. I'll tell you, that shit is not easy to fucking come back.
No, it's not.
It is not easy. For him to have a soft match, I get it. It wasn't the best. I mean, I'm not saying it was the best. But I'm hoping this one, they can redeem themselves. No pun intended, champ. I'm just hoping they're able to do that in this matchup. Question is, who wins here? Best out of three. I said fucking Phil win it. Let him fucking win it. Then we can have the house movement to go to fucking have fucking Drew McIntyre go to fucking Phil's house and then have Larry.
We're still trying to manifest this, everybody.
I want that shit at Papa H. If you're listening, you're watching. Because I know you
I do too. Even if it's just Punk off TV for like a week and it's like, we're going to interview CM Punk at his house. And then all of a sudden we get to his house and then fucking Punk's laid out, bloody, AJ's tied to a chair, and Drew's sitting on the couch petting the dog going, now I physically have them in my corner. And that's it. That's all I need. I don't care what else happens.
Papa H, you gotta give us what we want.
Give me what I want.
You got to. You gotta have it happen because, man, and I know you watched the speed fucking not predictions critique that our champ here gave about that, and I know because you pay attention to social media, so and I tagged you on it, so I know you're watching this, so you better give us this story for this matchup. If you make Drew McIntyre win this shit, it's like, okay, I'll give it a condition. If let's say if Drew wins, Justin, if that does happen, then that means it's gonna be the one Seth Rollins causing it by mistake. He's gonna show up and he's gonna fuck it up but for CM Punk. Then you're gonna have bad blood between them that's gonna come back, and there you go. Maybe that'd be the story. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know how you feel about it. I don't know who you. This one, I still, for me, I want Punk to win this. Let it happen. Best out of three. Fuck it. Let it happen in the Hell in a Cell, and we'll see from there. I just me, but. You break it down, champ. How do you feel?
Okay, so I'll put it this way. We know Triple H loves his trilogies. Clearly, this is going to a trilogy.
He's watching Star Wars.
Here's my thing. Here's my take, and here's my prediction for this. I do 1,000% believe that Drew McIntyre is going to win this match. I do. I don't think. Here's the thing. As much as I'm not happy with what we stand with right now on this entire story of how the main focus went from you cost me the world title, you prayed that I got injured, to, oh my God, you took my 50-cent bracelet. I hate that this main focus is this fucking bracelet. Again, I understand Punk has sentimental freaking feelings about the whole entire thing because it has his wife and his dog, and that's basically like his whole life. Mm-hmm. And, it's like he has them with him while he's out traveling. I understand that. It makes all the sense in the world. But the fact that your main focus went from this big blood feud of you prayed I got hurt, and it happened. So I decided to retaliate by that and cost you the world title multiple times.
God,
Which would have been a hell of a lot more intriguing, which was a hell of a lot more intriguing of a story than, hey, you took this bracelet that a fan gave for me because it had my wife and my dog on it, which is absolutely like still the stupidest thing that's the main focus. But honestly, if this is where we're going to stick with that entire lineup, is that how it's going to be from here on out with this feud? I think you have to have Drew win this one because in the end, even if Drew goes up 2-0, the only thing that's going to matter is the final match and Punk getting the bracelet back. Honestly, if Drew wins the second one, it makes Punk have to still fight from behind. And again, the only main focus at that point is Punk coming from behind and getting the bracelet back at this point. So honestly, I do have Drew winning this only because I can just see it going that way. If Drew beats Punk to the point where, again, now Punk just doesn't realize, again, I don't even care if you beat me twice at this point. I still am coming for that freaking bracelet. And that's when the freaking trilogy ends inside Hell in a Cell. Punk gets the bracelet back. That's how he ended. Technically, Drew won the feud, but Punk technically ended the feud because he got the bracelet back. So really, yeah, like that's how I just see it going down. I can't see it just being, oh, Punk's got to get the middle victory because if like, and then we have, oh, one apiece, who's going to win in the end? Like, honestly, I when I had this whole discussion last night on World Elite, we talked about how like, does Punk get the bracelet back at the end here? And then they were talking about, oh, maybe freaking Drew just snaps the bracelet at some point. Honestly, like I said, if this is the main focus, you have to keep it that focus. And the only way I can see that going down is Drew wins in the end, where Punk, the only reason why Punk would lose is because, again, the focus on that bracelet. If Drew has that bracelet where he can see it, and that's when Punk starts to go, oh my God, I can win this match, but he has to go he goes for the bracelet, and that's what fucks him over again. Again, in the end, the last match is what's going to be the most important of Punk winning and getting the bracelet back. I just think Drew gets it here.
It's like a fucking Willow movie. Remember the fucking Willow old school movie? It's kind of like that Gladiators, Lord of the Rings type of shit, but just for basically. That's what. Oh God! But no, you're right. I mean, no, you have valid points. But what about this though, champ? What about if they let's say Drew wins, right? Let's say at Bad Blood it does happen that finally we get to see she makes a fucking return just to grab the fucking. If they make a fucking hanging bracelet match in a Hell in a Cell match,
not even doesn't even have to be that.
Yeah, well, you know what I'm saying. Like,
even if she shows up, even if AJ shows up, and that's the reason why Drew loses. Again, you wrapped it up the right way. Punk got the bracelet back. AJ showed up and fucked him over in the process of it. Like I said, the only main focus at this point is that bracelet. So in the end, even if Drew gets 2 up on him in the end, and like in the middle of it, it doesn't really matter because the main focus is the fucking bracelet at this point.
That's very true. That is a tough one. That one is really a tough one. Oh man. But do you see Seth to get involved in this at all? Do you see that?
No.
Okay.
No, his focus is Bronson Reed at this point when he comes back. There is no ifs, ands, buts, or maybes. You don't just have him get beat up by Bronson Reed and then completely forget about that.
Do you feel that Bronson will get involved in this one?
No.
Okay.
I think Bronson's got his own stuff going on, and basically if he's in that, since he's in the Intercontinental title tournament thing, like right now, his focus should just be continuing to stay dominant. And even if it is like it results in him, getting the title match, as much as it would suck, do you really take the title off of Braun Breaker to keep freaking Bronson Reed looking strong? I don't know. You could do it. So it's like, But again, I don't think any of them need to be in this. And that's why I'm glad when they went through this whole debacle of getting Seth out of it. Because Seth does not need to be involved in this. We haven't barely even scratched the surface of this feud at the time. And then they were trying to add Seth into it. Now we have the time to actually continue telling that story and not having any other interferences in it.
Okay. And shout out to everybody who's watching this. We got 44 views here watching this. Thank you very much. It's not over, folks. We're almost there.
Much love, you guys.
Oh, man. I know Pistol Phil, he probably went to the restroom, but I'll get back to when I want to see him Punk one. Let's jump into... I feel like this is me. I know I'm doing it in a different order, but maybe, of course, I can't wait to Saturday. Let's talk about the Cody and Kevin Owens. Okay. I think that's going to be the one that is going to be in between the other matches. So this is going to be the middle one. That I feel Cody versus Kevin. We saw what Kevin been doing. You've been, of course, hosting alongside with Kayla and Dangle with SmackDown. Been watching the last 2 weeks how this. Are we going to sit here? We saw the tease when he picked the belt, Kevin Owens, and he's like, nope, here he's the belt, and then walks away. Like, I'm going to go very quick on this one. I feel we're going to see for at least maybe, depending how much they time to give him this matchup, which I hope to give him really good timing because there's only 5 matches. Something tells me that we're going to see 10 minutes at least of the NXT old version of Kevin Owens in this one. By the beginning of it, heel-wise. He's going to go fucking heel. And then down the line, we're going to see Cody coming back, and then oh shit, then Cody's going to go a little bit soft, and then it's going to remind me of pretty much like the AJ Styles and Cody Rhodes at, was it Backlash right in France? That's what it was, right? It will kind of remind me of that. But it'll be great though for Kevin Owens because he's going to get that love, and I'm happy because he deserves that. And I know his contract's coming up next year. Everybody's jumping to the conclusion. Even everybody saying, yeah, he might go to AEW for what? What the fuck for what? I don't know what the fuck. Why does he need to go over there?
Exactly.
There's no fucking reason for him to go to AEW. He has it fine. You think Papa H is going to take care of this guy? Yes, he will. He's going to. Papa H believes in him. He gave him the fucking belt. He gave also the NXT championship. He gave him the World Heavyweight Championship. So he gave him that belt. You think you don't believe in him? It's not Papa H's fault. All this shit with his delay. We already know what the fuck is that. So it's like, no. What the fuck? Like, I see this is going to be the best Owens match from his heel persona combined with his face persona. He's going to go into the mixture of both. And I see that. He's going to bring that NXT version of Kevin Owens and the main roster Kevin Owens against Cody Rhodes. Just like we saw the AJ Styles that we saw, not even NXT, pretty much overall, that who he really is, that we've seen professionally in TNA, that we've seen in New Japan. I feel like Owens could do the same thing here, bring in Ring of Honor style, bring in really TNA style. I can see that here with Cody Rhodes. And I think Cody Rhodes is going to sell it to him perfectly to put him over as a talent. Besides Cody winning, I see Cody's going to put him over and people are going to be like, hell yeah. Yeah. That's the Owens that we want. Hell yeah, we do want that. You know, I feel like he's limited himself maybe for his personal reasons. You know, hopefully your mother's okay, Kevin Owens, if you're listening, watching. I know that your mom, the last time we, had this type of event, your mom was in the hospital and hopefully she's very recovering well. I hope she's okay. But I get it. Family's first, and I'm not saying you're wrong about that. But hopefully this helps that momentum that we want to see. We want to say, Kevin Owens back. I think we might see it here. But before I pass it to you, champ, in regards to that, let's give it to Pepsi Phil here. Pepsi Phil, we talked about the one, because I know you want to break right quick. We talked about the strap match. Give that one, and also the...
I heard what you guys were saying while I was moving stuff around. Not gonna lie, you guys are way more invested into it than I am.
Oh God,
I don't care.
I guess the problem I'm having is, as far as I'm concerned, this storyline felt like it's run its course.
So you're
what kind of shit is that?
It is.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm at the point where it's like, I
Well,
don't.
speaking of fucking
Yeah,
devil,
bro, what's up? So
That's a
no,
good
honestly,
example.
honestly, it's a strap match, which is what Punk does best. But honestly, I don't care.
Okay.
Like, I mean, honestly, there's no belt involved. There's no, I mean, quote unquote, no
There's
honor.
some shit involved, man. What are you talking about?
There's no honor involved. It's literally just honestly, it's just a
What you
battle
get
of
mad about
egos.
having your name here, Pepsi?
No, it's just a battle of egos, and honestly, normally that's a fun match, but at this point, that storyline has run its course for me. So whoever wins, congratulations. I don't care.
That's pretty funny, actually. All right. Wow. Very short enough. All right. Talk about the one Cody Rhodes and Kevin Owens.
That's probably the most interesting one because if Owens goes heel, that's an interesting take for him because let's face it, for the longest time, he's always been thought of as a Stone Cold parallel.
I fucking love it.
Stone Cold Steve Austin parallel. And like, so he's always been the middle ground and he's always chosen. So I don't know if he's going to become a heel. I think this leads him to the next pay-per-view where he ends up turning on somebody. I think, honestly, he loses this. Maybe he's a heel, but I think he turns on Randy. I actually think he turns on Randy. And then it circles back around with Kevin Owens either thinking about going back after or Cody getting in the middle of it because, you know, him and Randy are boys. It's like, that's how I see it. Because I think the loss to Cody pushes him over the edge because Cody's been egging him on the entire time because he used that one phrase that he likes using sometimes where it's like, I've never met someone who was offered a world championship and said no. And Kevin Owens like, I didn't say no, or something like that to that extent. And then it becomes this thing where like Cody starts questioning that man's honor. And I think him losing starts to push him down that downward spiral. So yeah, we already talked about that. I think everyone here, I think 1 out of 3 of us has Jade and Bianca winning, but Jade eventually turning on Bianca.
That's what we have.
Yeah. So I mean,
okay, I love that.
So like I said, I think Kevin Owens I think in the match Kevin Owens will be the heel. I think Cody wins clean. However. But I think that's what sets off Kevin.
Yeah, all right. Champ, I'm curious to hear you, Redeemer. I am so curious.
Again, we talked about this last night, and I feel like the turn is coming tomorrow night, to be honest with you. I do. I think Kevin's going to beat the hell out of Cody tomorrow night on SmackDown. And this is just like how I feel like it's going to go down. Like I could just see it happening. I think Cody getting beaten up by Kevin, like even where he hits him with the power bomb on the ring apron. We're going into that match with Cody basically beaten up for Cody to kind of overcome the odds kind of thing where, again, we start to see the Kevin Owens of old going into that match, and then we get that Kevin Owens of old in the match as well. It's going to be good. Yeah, I can't wait. Like, I think it just makes more sense to have you want Cody to be coming like up there and just feeling like he's fighting from behind because he got, beaten up. He's hurt. I think it's a good way to make him look good, but it also makes Kevin Owens look pretty damn good by having him be like, I beat up the champion. And again, this could drive Kevin even more. Like when he loses this match, he could go, listen, I'm still not done with you kind of thing. Like I'm still coming for you. Like again, you're not going to have this just be a one-off. Ain't no way this is just a one-off. We're not just having this and it's over. Like you're going to go probably squeeze one more match out of this. But I honestly think the turn is coming tomorrow night on SmackDown. But I do believe that, again, Cody is going to win, but they're going to make it feel like Cody has a chance of losing with him going in there beaten up, after taking the power bomb on the ring apron the night before, taped up and everything. Like, it's going to make it feel like he has a chance of losing. But when he overcomes those odds, it's the kind of thing where it's like Kevin beat him up pretty damn good. but he overcame it all. Like, I could just see it happening that way.
Mm-hmm.
That does happen tomorrow on Smack. I am taking the clip out of this shit, and this how you know this man is given the pencil. Are you writing for WWE, man? What's wrong with you? All right, bro. Now I really want to tune into SmackDown because of what you said. If you want to answer Temple's comment here, Redeemer, you're more than welcome, and Phil as well. Go ahead. What do you
he's talking about the Punk and Drew stuff with the bracelet. Yeah, we know.
I know.
It is like I said, I think it's stupid too. I don't like that it's the main focus, but if it's going to be the main focus, you got to make something out of it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, overall,
go for it.
I mean, overall, it's just like I said, it's run its course. The bracelet thing seems to be like a cash grab, for lack of a better word. On the one hand, I appreciate the fact that Drew's still in the main event title picture. I feel like it's a gift of Punk at this point because, like, never is someone actually put on the shelf for 5 months and still a main eventer when he come back. I mean, it's not unheard of because Triple H did it, but at the same time, Punk shows up after 10 years, has a couple of dark matches, gets hurt, disappears. They end up having to make a side storyline to work around him, and when he comes back, they do the storyline, they do the conclusion of it, supposedly, and then they keep it going out of what? A bracelet? That's the best you can come up with? I mean, it's an interesting...
The story was already intriguing enough when they had it as, you screwed me out of the world title. You prayed that I got hurt, kind of thing.
Yeah, and honestly, that was enough as far as I was concerned, because, like, just having to be eternally pissed at each other for that would have been enough for me. The bracelet thing is like, the bracelet thing feels like a distraction.
I just feel I'm with you guys. You're not wrong about that. I just feel that Punk is really taking it now from start from the bottom, then we're here type of style, because he already had his fucking moment that somebody, I ain't gonna mention, told him at all. You know,
that's fucking bullshit.
How do you have to say it? Because it's the truth. You're bullshit. You gave them the world, Craig. That's what you did. You gave them the world. Yes, the world, Craig. You're not supposed to be doing that. You're not supposed to.
Hey, cabrón! Chinga tu madre!
Right, you're not supposed to give him. You're not supposed to be doing this when he comes in. Oh my God!
I got the shakes that'll make you quake. I got the fries that'll cross your eyes. I got the burgers that'll. I just got burgers.
No, you're not supposed to be giving him that shit. Like, I feel like he accepted where he's supposed to be. You know what? I can't interfere with none of this shit. I can't be. I feel like I'm getting paid good money. I feel like I may be wrong. Of course, this is my opinion. I'm pretty sure he took less money because he's still getting paid for another contract. Anyways, you think he's a fuck? Oh no! Like, I gotta let go early. I'm still getting paid. You know, I'm getting less money, but I'm getting paid. But I do have to be the main. I don't need to be the main event. Fuck it. I can just be right there. He's having fun. You could tell by his persona, his character is having a good time. I think his real home is here. His real home is here. Like, seeing those clips, seeing on YouTube, seeing what, like, on, WWE. Go for it, Bill. Talk about it.
What the fuck that got to do with a good storyline?
Well, hold the fuck up.
I mean, everything you said is 100% true. But in the long and short of it is, the fuck that got to do with a good storyline?
Well, hold the fuck up, because I'll give me a fucking minute. I'll finish there. I'll tell you right now. I'm doing a minute, right? Jesus, I know you're killing me here. I know. I apologize for taking forever.
I raised my hand first, though. You called on me,
and I appreciate you, but damn, but just give me a minute here to finish this show. I want to say, you're killing me.
It's more on pettiness. Oh man,
it's not even pettiness. It's more like this guy is really like taking his like, you know what? I'm gonna step back and let them do what they do. He'll give him his main event next year, Mania. You'll have it fucking him and fucking Seth Rollins. It's gonna happen. It doesn't have to be the belt. Just to clarify, no belt. Could be just no belt.
So here's the other issue I have. This feels like a and this will sound terrible, a throwaway storyline until Seth heals up entirely.
That's what I'm saying. That's fine.
But no, it's not, because then you can still build a good storyline going. This is a transitional storyline. Shit, there you can build it.
They have fucking Drew McIntyre go to his house and have Larry there on his
lap.
No,
honestly, as much as I know y'all love that, that's not really the same thing. What you need to do is include AJ into that storyline. If you want to make it really personal at this point, AJ needs to come in, even if it's 5 minutes, and literally just have him have her walking past the camera and our man just kind of hanging out in the dressing room waiting for her to walk by. If you really want, or you could do what I would recommend, literally send Punk. Oh, yeah, well, that's true.
That is true.
I mean, honestly, though, if it was me and I wanted to build a storyline, I would take pictures of AJ Lee in the wild and send that shit to Punk.
That's fine.
All right, Drew all of a sudden becomes AJ Lee's stalker. All right, DDP all over again.
Exactly. Fine. But the problem is they have not, they crescendoed the entire storyline, and now they're dropping down. You're going, I don't see what else we can do. I don't see what else.
Phil, maybe there were plans already but remember, he got hurt. It delayed it. So that's what I'm saying. One thing I respect Papa H, at least he knows where to delay it, and more okay, I know where to hit the button. Okay, where to go to. I that one thing I'll respect Papa H what he's doing.
Yeah,
when it comes to that.
I agree. He always got, like I said, like Seth Toronto, there's always a plan C and a plan B with him. I guess the problem I'm having is that
man, who are you getting pregnant, man? What's wrong with you?
Calm down, calm down. In the word tranquilo, get yo tranquilo.
Listen to he's talking respectfully.
He said, "Hold up, I'm in the same city. I'll be back."
But so it's like I said though. They need to do something to make it a little bit more to raise it up, because right now, at this point, Drew's won twice. If he wins
was it twice or was it once? Can we say?
No, it's only once. So
only
once. It was once, but Drew's been getting the upper hand more times than Ben Punk has.
Okay.
And in my head, I'm sitting there just going, okay, you got a strap match, and then what are you gonna do? Is that the end of it after the strap match, or you gonna keep it going?
No, it's a trilogy. So
they're not supposed. They weren't supposed to, but they weren't supposed to keep going after the last match.
I already said why.
I understand why you're saying why, and that's a fair analysis. However, the problem is they have not kept that energy up the same way they did before that match.
You don't want to overwhelm me with the other storylines that are going on the 3-hour show. There's certain levels. I know where you're going to go.
Did you really just say, don't lower the story expectation because the other stories are better? Because that's what you just told me. That's what you told me.
There's certain, I get you. Yes, you're right. I did say that. So there has to be a balance.
From a production value,
poster, man, you have to be like,
from a production, I agree. From a production value, there are more prominent storylines going on. That don't mean it has to take a back seat to them. It just means you don't focus entirely on it, which is fine.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at. But you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
But when you jump on it, even those 5 minutes you give them, they got to be good 5 minutes. Not like the best description I had was Seth and Punk are about to fight each other in the ring. And you tell me when you that pissed off at somebody, you hear some random voice going, CM Punk, you lose your shit. Run out the ring. You run out the ring, go, hold up, I know I'm pissed off at you, but I'm more pissed off at this other person. So I'm going to fight you later, but then I'm going to go get this dude first. The fuck kind of storyline is that?
So I lived on the debate. You hot too.
Like I said, what kind of storyline is that? Like, I'm really pissed off at Seth.
I love Chad Smith.
But yeah, but like I said, yeah. Exactly. So do I. That's the one I want to see as well. But at the same time, I want to see Takeshita versus Bryan as well.
Exactly.
All right, fucking all right. We're delayed here. All right, let's fucking. All right. So we got now. No,
let's get to NXT because I'm more excited about that one anyway.
I know we're almost done. We got 2 more matches that I want to talk about. So we got yes, we got the Judgment Day 2.0, which is Dom and Liv. Let me see. We need Pepsi Phil saying Punk.
CM Punk.
I got you, Just. I think I gotta work on that. Yes.
You have to go back and cook that. We'll be using it every other time.
I'm gonna do that shit tomorrow. And then we got Damian Priest and Rhea Ripley. I don't see the ending of this shit. I hate to say this, but I'm gonna go very quick. What's that one? The twin Terrors to win?
Terror to it, yeah. I mean,
I don't see it happening. I think they're gonna get
in my head. R-Truth comes in and helps them win. R-Truth helps them come in and win.
Get the fuck out of here! You fucking kidding me? You're fucking really saying the R-Truth?
Like literally, it's 2 of them. They get jumped by Judgment Day, and like Carlito, who joined the other side, who also forced himself in, and now is there. R-Truth comes in, and his job is to fight Carlito, who's helping Liv and Dom win. Like R-Truth versus Carlito would be hilarious.
Battle over who's the better freaking comedic part of the group.
Right? Fucking how to go with that shit.
They're cooking a Sunday roast.
I need a fucking R-Truth clip for this shit, man.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie, that would be kind of funny. Go, what's up, man? Dinner's at 6. Now, what I want is he says that, and then they start fighting in the kitchen, a la Booker T and Stone Cold, Steve Austin in the supermarket.
Nah, because I wouldn't trust it. One of them motherfuckers would grab a knife.
In the words of Ivan Drago, if someone dies, they die.
Punk would be so hell bent to try to get the bracelet back, he'd be fucking willing to attempt murder.
Mm-hmm.
Forget freaking Pillman's got a gun and we got to apologize. It'll be Punk's got a knife and we're all fucked.
Either way, like I said, that match. All right, the Terror Twins. You heard my prediction. I think R-Truth comes in and helps them win.
Okay. All right, Redeemer. What do you got, champ?
The Terror Triplets is what they get called.
Hey, as long as you eat cabbage patch peas, all right? They're not cabbage patch. That's fine.
I honestly got Dom and Liv winning this. To be honest with you, like I get this. Like the major point of this is a lot of people are looking at the new Judgment Day and going, "Man, it's just this one is not as good as the other one." Well, guess what? You want to keep making them look strong as much as possible, so it's not just Rhea and Damian Priest basically beating them all the time. Honestly, like think about when the original Judgment Day was going around, they were getting a lot of wins, lot of wins most of the time. Like in all the feuds that they were a part of, Judgment Day won a hell of a lot more than the other person did. So instead of just immediately running this faction down and just being like, well, Damian and Rhea have to win this one, honestly, I say make the faction continue to look strong and have Dom and Liv squeak out the win, because you want to keep everyone looking at Priest and Rhea and going, man, I can't wait till they get their hands on them even more to like actually beat them. I think it's more like gets them over more to want to see them get their hands on them again, and this time actually decimate the shit out of them. I think you got to have Dom and Liv win this one here.
I mean, as much as I want my storyline to be true, with what Redeemer said makes perfect sense, and honestly,
I know it does.
I would do that but I still want my storyline to happen.
No, I'm cool. I'll be cool with Truth showing up.
No, you know what? I want at the aftermath.
Dom, Liv, and Carlito versus Damian, Rhea, and Truth.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? One thing I want to add to that, I'm like, let's say they do win, right? Which I feel like they are gonna win, but really wrong. I want them to go on Monday Night Raw, play like memory remains, like with the whole clips of the Judgment Day, and then turning back on them, like, oh, you know what? There you go. This is like, oh God, it's something like that.
It's like, what the fuck?
I wouldn't mind seeing that shit.
This is flashback memories of the Judgment Day.
Right, exactly. I love that. Oh, man. Now, I feel like this is going to be the main event. That's why I say this for last. Randy challenging versus Gunther. That's right. But the reason why, we already know why. He's from Austria Hungary. But the one thing is, though, on this story that I feel, you might feel different. I don't know, depending on you, the host. But I feel really that Gunther is going to be put over on this matchup by Randy. Randy's going to really pass him the torch. But you know what, here, buddy? Because John Cena been doing it for a long time. Let's give, as much people don't want to fucking give credit to John Cena, he's been doing that shit. Cena has been passing the torch to the future stars. He did it for Roman. He did it for Solo fucking Sequoia. For Gunther to get passed over by Randy Orton. And the promos that Randy been having has been fantastic. I'm not saying that it's been bad. Awesome. The last one he had on Raw. Awesome. The one week, prior, we covered it last week. Awesome. We had been Ludwig Kaiser, like shit. Gunther's like oh my God, I'm facing the Viper. Oh shit, I gotta be careful. Yes. I'm glad that Randy's at that level. He deserves to be there. He deserves to have that level where Cena is. So to see this with Gunther, we're going to see a great match. I'll tell you that. King of the Ring that we saw was really great. I won't say it was the best because the way the ending wasn't, but we will storytelling wise, it underestimated Gunther to be like, fuck. I got someone that's kind of my height, taller than me. I got someone actually bigger than me because I lost the weight. But man, this guy can take my chops and I can take his chops. Shit. Yeah. This is the guy. All right, let's talk. And I hope that Randy takes it all out, meaning, no pun intended, AEW all out, but take it more. Go back with the drop kick. Go back, okay, top rope, crossbody. Seeing something out of him besides just regular, technique, strength, and just want to see a little bit of that for Randy to take it all out on Gunther in this one. And Gunther will be put over. Gunther will win, but it won't be like a jobber win. It'll be like, damn, sweating, she chopped up. I don't know if he's going to beat or not. I don't know if he's going to have color. But at least something that will, at the end, it looks like both parties, they put a good banger for a main event. Especially pay-per-view. I'm not saying PLE, folks. Pay-per-view. Main eventing in Germany. What is the last time that WWE, WWF has gone to Germany? Long time, right? Might as well make it last. And have that happen with these two individuals to close it out with the show with a fantastic, stupendous, immaculate fucking matchup to be like, damn, fucking Randy, the crowd could walk out and say, damn, give him a round of applause for Randy. They'll be like, hell yeah, great main event, even though you lost. But he's going to put over Gunther, make him look well. But I don't think it's going to be a very simple matchup. That's just my opinion. So I'll take it to you, Redeemer. Do you feel the same or do you feel different?
No, I can say this. I think they did a very good job because out of this whole thing, clearly that entire moment that happened at King Queen of the Ring was a botch. And I like that they went back to it. It didn't take long to go back to it. It was basically just make sure Randy's good to go. Randy's getting his rematch. And the way they've told the little bit of story and the little bit of time that they've had has really worked, honestly. Having it be, oh, well, we went from trying to basically be like, well, did you really beat me? Because last time I checked, my shoulder was up. Well, okay, that's cool how you made that start there. But then Gunther tries to make it personal, which makes it even more intriguing. But now it's also at the part where Randy's chasing down second place for 15 world championships. I love that we're integrating all of this little bits here and throwing it in there to make this story so much interesting, like more interesting. Like it's really been very good. And rematch wise, I'm excited to see this rematch because honestly, I think this is going to be a fantastic way, and I do believe that this is going to be the main event as well. And I think it's a perfect way that should be the main event, where you do put Gunther over. Gunther actually doesn't have any issues this time winning, and then Randy gets his moment in front of Germany where they give him that round of applause, like standing ovation for everything that he's done. I think it's called for right now, but I can't see Gunther losing this. I just can't.
I know. I can't either. Let's see. If Randy wants to beat Gunther, it has to be go back to that so they punt his ass. That's true. Just you're absolutely right. Imagine he does do that shit. Oh my god.
And then just picture it that way. What if he does hit the punt during this match and Gunther kicks out of it? You want to make him look like a dominant. You want to make him look even more dominant that he kicked out of the freaking forbidden punt.
Yeah, usually I am so with you. It's like how Phil mentioned, Dragon, I've been checking off, he thought he dies. No, he's gonna wake up. It's like, what? And then kick my ass. Like Apollo Creed, in Rocky fucking 4, he thought he knocked him out and he fucking woke up, oh shit. Oh fuck. Like Swerve did about Bryan Danielson when he took the knee and he's like, nope, he didn't sell it. This could be the same thing. So I'm so with you on that. See, look, he even agrees with you. See? Fucking good. Mm-hmm. Pepsi Phil. How do you feel about this one, brother?
I don't think it's going to be the main event. I think it'll be the co-main event. I don't.
Really?
You have 2 championships on the line. You got you got the World Heavyweight and you have the Universal Championship. If you're booking it, why do you make that not a co-main event with those 2 belts? So that's what I'm saying. I think it comes before Kevin and Cody. If they don't do it that way, they're disrespecting the belts. Like literally, they are disrespecting the belts because Cody's the Universal Champion. He's the figurehead of your organization. Anytime he shows up at a pay-per-view, if he's not the main event, why is he even there? That's the point. So don't get me wrong. It'll probably end up Cody and Randy will be right before them. Mm-hmm. But I think it'll be a co-main event kind of situation. But that said, Cody and Randy, there's an interesting dichotomy there of them actually wrestling for championships right opposite each other, which I find fascinating. I don't know if they're going to do anything with it, but there is a kind of a weird poetry with Cody's mentor wrestling for a championship when he's defending a championship. Lord help me.
Like the legend killer Randy is Randy with Brooke Hogan.
In regard,
hits a Dukes of Hazzard slide and an RKO on Hogan. Bro,
in the long run, I think Gunther wins.
How do you see him win?
I think Gunther wins. I think it's and honestly, I don't think it was a botch at King of the Ring. I think it's long-term storytelling.
I think it was just story-wise.
Yeah, because the way they stated it after that match happened, they immediately started going to is that a real pin? Is that a real pin? I think the point of it was that they knew this moment was coming up. And I think from a long-term storytelling perspective, for me, it's way too convenient when Randy's using the storyline of "you never really beat me." You never really pained me.
It's interesting if it was actually a story thing the whole time. That makes it actually a little bit better.
Yeah. So Gunther's Gunther. It's like, honestly, he is literally the hottest thing. He's the future of their company. Randy is legitimately passing the torch to him.
Yep.
And let's face it, everyone loves Gunther. Because as much as people love this new style of pro wrestling, Gunther's a throwback, and he just does it well. He does it very well.
He mixes it both combined.
He does, but not in a. I find that he doesn't do it in a way that's and this will sound terrible, obnoxious. But it's one of those things where it is very measured and controlled, and it's not about the high spots. But he wrestles. Honestly, he wrestles like MJF.
No, I am so with you, man. You're not wrong about that.
Technique wise, like you said, not obviously different stature and all that other shit. Technique wise and mentally, the way they carry, the way Gunther and MJF carry themselves in a ring, in a match, how they run their promos are very similar.
No, you're right. And I'm not saying you're wrong about that. I think it's really depending how the story is told. I think that's what he pays attention to. And I think that's where we could say, I mean, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, that we all three here really pay attention to the storytelling in the ring.
Yeah.
Like, besides the psychology outside, right? The promos, right? Like, we look at the promos. Cool, awesome. But when you're coming into the ring, when it comes down to towards the end of when it comes down to the bell rings, all right, we saw the promos, we saw this shit. All right, tell me the story in the ring. How is it going to happen?
Oh, shit.
So we get that example from Mariah and Tony Storm. It's the same as this one. Could be that determination that we could see that from here. I mean, I don't know. You guys feel the same, or you guys feel different in that? I mean, it's up to you guys. I
think you're right. I mean, I think right now there is a really strong understanding from fans and a strong understanding from promoters that a storyline, an actual story, is really important.
Exactly.
Like, even though I may make fun of Punk and Drew, at least there's a story. I don't like the story, but honestly, that's just not like that. That's the equivalent of not liking a television episode. But it's still a story that we could all agree to. So, I'm like overall the way they carry themselves. I got to tell you though, this new Randy is a little bit weird.
Why?
Like, I'm not used to this Randy because honestly, this is honestly like Undertaker Randy, where like, remember when Undertaker used to come out and go, he's like the old dude, and he goes, "I'll make you famous," kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That's what Randy reminds me of. It's like, I am literally the OG in this locker room. There is no one with more experience than me in here, and I'm going to take out this young Thundercat. Like, there is something about the way he's carrying himself that it's not, I don't mean weird in a bad way, but weird in like, this new Randy is cool as shit.
Yeah.
It is, but it's just like, this is something, honestly, I might get shit on this for comparing it, but I am going to compare it. It's like your Hulk Hogan, Bret Hart, new generation. So this is more like John Cena, because even though they came from the same class, right? They were the same class, everything else, right? So Cena took that and that initiative and went with it. And he got praised for it. Not only by Taker, but Papa H, Shawn Michaels, and everybody that was the veterans are there. So they're the Hogans of the era, and I know people hate me to mention his name. We know why. But I'm talking about professionalism, folks. I'm not talking about personally. Well, I don't like the man either. Wherever I just let me clarify that. But when it comes to professionalism in this type of way, I see that Orton is the last one in this era, in that era of OVW, and more of the Bruce's Gresham era that is last left in this new generation era. So I
look at it this way. I look at it this way, the easiest way. For so long, Randy Orton was the to the books, hard ass, like stone face seriousness the entire time for the longest time. And now he realizes, like, he's starting to. I think he even starting to see that his career is starting to get to that point where it's like he doesn't know how much longer he's got left. So why be that? Why continue being the hard ass when you can go out there, have a freaking blast doing what you're doing, but also put a bunch of people over in the process?
Yeah,
like, I see that in
am
Randy.
still with you. Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm with you. I think, like I said, honestly, I think, like I said, he has reached that. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, he's reached that GOAT status at the WWE. Like we basically grew up with Randy. Our generation grew up with Randy. We saw his first title run. We saw his first match.
We've seen freaking Baby Orton, freaking biker shorts, freaking
exactly.
Hi, I'm Randy Orton.
Exactly. And there's something, like I said, and I think he's reached that GOAT status. And I think you're right. I think he recognizes where he is in WWE's pantheon of just great champions. Let's face it, he's a first round ballot Hall of Famer with WWE. So basically, I think you're right. I think in his eyes, he's doing what John Cena did on his way out. He's putting cats over left and right that he thinks are worthy. And Gunther's definitely that dude. Like I said, and he already said that if he was retiring right now, he'd want Cody to be the one to put him out. So
yeah.
So that's why this new Randy is cool as hell, because if you remember back in the day, Randy was a fucking hot mess back in the day.
Come on, bro. Like you gotta be like we gotta be at his.
No. I mean, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I don't mean hot mess in the sense of like he wasn't a good wrestler or anything, but his, like he said, like Gunther said, his personal demons was very well documented.
Yeah, I was gonna get to that. Yeah. No, you're right. No.
But the thing about it is he grew up. Like Cody said, like, I don't know who this Randy is, who's a family man, who is a wonderful human being, and it's great for him, but I don't like this Randy. This ain't the Randy.
I love this Randy. He's still a dirty dog. You fucking at live fucking shows, no camera, but they social media, of course.
But yeah, but like,
come on, he's fucking to his wife and then the fucking.
But keep in mind, it's to his wife.
Yeah, I know.
It's to his wife.
I know. I know. Which I respect that. But come on, he's like, hell yeah, this is my girl. I'm going to do the same shit.
I mean, and you know what? Yeah. And you know what? That is. It's for. I mean, is it a little embarrassing for his wife? Yes. I'm pretty sure she's used to that shit.
Hell no, I want to be embarrassed. Like, man, my face.
But the thing is, I think we can agree. Watching Randy Orton grow into this person has been really cool to see. Because let's face it. Because think about it, there are guys he ran up with who, honestly, other than Cody, a lot of them dudes ain't around anymore. Like, remember Legacy? Only 2 out of them 3 members are still around, and Cody left. And at one point, Randy was the only one.
Well, I remember it was 4 because they added the what's his face, and then we're like, where the fuck did he go? You know.
Yeah, exactly. And Ted DiBiase Jr. Well, he got his own like league.
Wait, who are we talking about there?
Yeah,
no,
so
one of the Usos families. Remember they added
Manu.
Manu. Yeah, he lasted for 5 seconds.
Then they added friggin' Sim Snuka at one point too.
They added him. Like,
but if you think about it, Randy has been through a whole lot of like evolution, legacy, the Legend Killer, the Viper, you name it.
Evolution.
And like it's really cool that he's reached this point right now. It's really cool he's reached this point right now. Well, like you said, he's coming to the end of his run. And his goal now is to put the company over with as much of the talent as he can find. And it's a very cool thing for him to be able to do that.
This is why it's the right time for Papa H, that now that he's in control, for him to take the people that he wants and be like, hey, you know what, I want you in training. Like, hell yeah. What I wouldn't mind having Randy to be a part of the main roster, fucking agents or producers. Hey,
yeah.
You know, fuck yeah. Because
and honestly, I'm wondering, like, if he does, when he eventually does retire, if it's me, the first thing I'm going is either you become a booker or I need you to work at the PC.
Now I want him to be a producer and a booker because you know why?
Randy's got a job for life there.
Oh yeah, he got a job for life, and you know who will. And I know I'm worth the rating. I know we gotta hurry up. So, but I'll make it very quick. This one I feel that Randy Orton will fit very well with as a producer and an agent that can help this talent he put over the way his style. There's one person, and I'm gonna get shit on this, but I'm gonna say it. Ricky Starks. Give Randy Orton to Ricky Starks. I mark my word that Randy will put his
as a booker
fucking eagle.
Well, as a booker or a trainer?
No, both. He will help him.
I am intrigued.
Both characters, Phil.
Hold
on. Let me finish before you say anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I apologize for interrupting. Let him book him as his character, and also to help him with his promos. Booker wise, maybe 50-50. I'm not saying you're wrong, or you're probably going to tell me that maybe I'm wrong. I'm not saying that you're wrong. You're right about that. I'm just saying that at least as a start, let's say if he goes to the main roster, then yes. But in NXT, I feel like Randy will get him ready for the main roster. If Randy goes to NXT, be like, hey, you know what? Let me book it this way. Be this promos this style, because Ricky Starks got the charisma and everything. Imagine Randy to fucking teach this man how to be a fucking promo artist on a television. I already can picture that shit. Ricky Starks could really could use the help of Randy Orton with that. I'll tell you that right now. But what we're going to say, I apologize.
No, I think it works. Honestly, I think right now, having Randy do both jobs is a bit much. Do I think he could do it eventually?
I like that one.
Exactly. Like I said, I think honestly, I think Randy and Ricky would be a really definitely a good run. I think that would be. I don't know how, but like honestly, in my head, I actually think, like I said, Ricky does not need that much work on everything else. If it's just his psychology, yeah, I mean that's all Randy could be. That's what Randy be great at. Randy can walk him through. Randy can walk him through. But do I think he can be a booker and for him? No, I think he can be a booker, but I think he'll start off as a trainer and eventually morph into the booking role. Which is perfectly fine because, like I said, everybody starts the same way. They start booking on NXT to get their feet wet to get started, and then eventually they get moved up. That's how everybody went.
I'll tell you one thing, man. Randy can help Brian Pillman Jr. help. I'll tell you that.
He can help the entire damn NXT roster. Can you imagine? Can you imagine
telling me that nobody in that damn freaking roster in NXT would not want to freaking take advice from Randy Orton?
Can you think about it? You got Shawn Michaels, William Regal, and Randy Orton as your teachers. Like they're your lead teachers down there. Can you imagine having that class, that session?
I would never want to leave the performance center.
Exactly. Like literally.
All right. Speaking
of honestly, I think Ricky, and I agree with you though. I think if they bring Ricky back and he skirts around NXT and they put him on the main roster, having him be like in the same kind of position that like Cody was in Legacy with Randy, please, that man he'd be loving life.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Because the last thing I remember, because one of the things I remember about Ricky Starks was there's a video of him at a training camp, and he's at a table listening to the Undertaker talk to him about being a wrestler.
Man, we got like 44 viewers right now watching us. Thank you so much. 44
Hey,
viewers.
thank you.
Man, that's a lot of viewers.
But can you imagine that? And the thing is, Ricky Starks listening to it like it's a scripture. Like that's the reason I always love. That's the only reason I've always loved Ricky. The phrase "student of the game" was not lost on him. Like that dude is always
like some Cobra Kai shit.
It is.
He knows who to listen to. He knows who he wants to listen to.
But if I can find that clip, I'll send it in chat. But it's Ricky Starks at a table listening to the Undertaker, and this is while Undertaker was still working. Talk about him and being in the ring and the psychology of everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally, and Ricky Starks is right there in the front row. It's not even the front row. It's like a kid. It's like a picnic table. He's right there in front, listening to everything. And I looked at this kid and going, oh, that kid's gonna be a problem in anybody's promotion. Because like one to say he was being respectful, but the way like the reverence he had for the position he was in at that point in time, like I said, like you want to talk about somebody who's already grown up enough to be a main roster dude, it's him. I mean, I won't lie though.
Taker was something about getting women's tattooed on your neck.
He covered that one up, remember?
Yeah, it's gone now.
I still gotta finish seeing the Taker and fucking Michelle McCool one because Michelle put him on the spot. I gotta finish that one. My God,
I still remember when she was on Table of Three and she freaking He talked about how she met him, and I was like, "That's fucking cool, though."
Yeah, no, she said it on 6 Feet Under. She literally was like, it was creepy, but I couldn't say no to him because he was the leader of the fucking.
Yeah, he made him seem real cringy, and he was like, "Hold up now."
I know. Clarify this woman because I don't want to make it seem like you were forced to marry me. Like,
and honestly, the thing is though, it's really weird thinking about Mark Callis, the Undertaker, courting some woman, like courting, like literally, it was courting a woman. Like one point, there's I forget exactly what she thinks she finally realized she liked him was. It's freezing cold, and apparently she didn't have her jacket, so he came in and gave her his jacket so she would stay warm.
Oh my God!
And this was when he was a heel, and he like
that's great.
He broke kayfabe for her, which honestly is like the most adorable thing in the world.
I'll look for it. I'll send it in the chat so you can see it, Justin.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right, Justin. We're gonna close it out. You're gonna take over this one. You're gonna fucking lead us on to this one. Matt Hardy. It is that time. It is the final one on pay-per-view. Not PLE, folks. Pay-per-view. All right. Matt Hardy, tell us what it is.
What?
Hold on, Austin.
What?
Do it right now. Give me
what?
Matt Hardy here.
The seven deities have come to me with a very powerful premonition.
That's right. So the floor is yours to break it down, host.
And Sunday, we've got No Mercy for NXT. 6 matches on the card, and it is looking like a very, very good card, though. Like, again, this is always one of those situations where I feel like I'm always more excited for an NXT show than a main roster show. Like, I'm not saying that Bash in Berlin's going to be terrible, but honestly, I think No Mercy might literally, like, beat out that show fully. Even I remember Phil saying that he was, like, kind of more excited for NXT than he was for Bash in Berlin.
I know, right? I wish you could have the Little Wayne one. No mercy. No mercy.
God.
I actually love Little Wayne. Little Wayne underrated. People don't like him.
Right?
Yeah, he's underrated. But go ahead, Redeemer. This is now your show. You host it. You got to break it down whoever you want to pick on this one. So you pick out the matches.
All right. So, trying to like figure out what would be the start of this show. Let's see. Let's start with the Women's North American Championship. Kalani Jordan defending against Wendy Chu.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll start it off quick. Honestly, I like the new Wendy character. I really do. You know, that your sleep paralysis demon, as I would call her, because she's freaking creepy. Like, she's something you would not want to fall asleep. You wake up to, and she's just staring at you with that like that completely dead stare. Absolutely not. I like Kalani. I really do. I feel like NXT's kind of turning on her a little bit. And I don't know if I like it or not. Like, when she had the match on Tuesday with Rosemary, first off, fucking awesome that Rosemary was on the fucking show. I felt like they were turning on Kalani big time. And I feel like we're not giving her much of a chance. I feel like they didn't give her much of a chance with this reign. And that's kind of disappointing.
Sorry, I'm trying to hold it in, but he's a spooky chew.
Spooky chew.
I'm the same way, but I think, honestly, in her defense, she hasn't. In their defense, she really hasn't done anything with it. And even when they give her the mic on time, she's a little bit boring. And it's not, and honestly, it's just inexperience. That's all it is. Like it's not a terrible. It's like she's just inexperienced, and like I said, it's her first title run, and she's still learning the ropes. And let's face it, going against Rosemary, the fans lost their shit when she came in there. I lost my shit when she came in. There was no way you're winning that fight. There's no way you're going to win that popularity contest. Because Rosemary came in, literally, I was like, oh my God, it just became a thing.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, I honestly think that Kalani's going to end up retaining, though. I don't see, and I hate to say that because I honestly feel like Wendy kind of deserves a title run, but I don't think it's time for her to get the title run yet. I still think it's too soon, too early for Kalani. I think this title could still do good for her, like could help her big time. So I'm going Kalani retaining still.
And sometimes all you just need is one good match to give you what you need. So and
her and Soul Ruben killed it last time.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
She can do it.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not, like I said, so I'm with you. I'm like waiting to see. Hopefully this match right there kind of brings something out of her. So win or lose, it brings something out of her. So
I agree. I'm with you guys. Like, I feel like this is going to bring something out of her that we haven't seen for a long time. I know it's just like, remember prior that she was injured for a long time. And then prior to that, she was part of that freaking Josiah lead, and now she's an independent wrestler. You know, being what was it, the queen right there, and sitting in the like Shao Kahn type of style, or like fucking Shang Tsung combat style. Like, Wendy Chu for me has a lot of potential that is not given the opportunity for her to show what she's capable of doing in the ring.
And we know she's good. If you remember, if you know who she is actually, before she turned into the Wendy Chu character, you know how good she is.
Yeah. No. Remind the audiences and the listeners and their viewers, who was she before that?
Wendy Chu is Karen Q.
There you go.
Which she's freaking fantastic.
There you go. Very true. Yeah. So I mean, like, there's a lot to that. I know. We're almost there, Pepsi. We're almost there. All right. But man, I see Kalani. Do I agree with the win that she got with Rosemary? Not really. Because you kind of want to give her that build. But then again, it makes sense at the same time because she is North American Women's Champion. I wish the match could have been better, but shout out to Rosemary for her to show up. So I was really happy for that. This Wendy Chu match, I think, is going to be a great storytelling.
Yes.
In the ring. And if this is going to be the start of the show, it's going to be a great match. And I think Kalani will win barely by an upset. Barely. But I don't think the story's going to be over yet. I think there's going to be more coming. Because I see Tatum Paxley coming soon involved in this one. That's what I think. That's what I think. That's just me, too.
Okay. So move on to Chase U defending the tag team titles against Axiom and Frazier. Pepsi, Phil, you go first for this one.
Y'all know how I feel about Axiom and Frazier. They are great.
You always thought they were blackmailing Sean.
Like Phil's like this. He's like, Phil's like, man, you know what I feel, man.
So no offense to their wrestling ability, they are great. However, their first run was god awful boring and it was directionless. It was as useless as a penis on a guppy. So, and that is not their fault. NXT just has a bad.
Did you have to use that shit? Did you really have to?
The point of the matter is that I'm gonna need y'all to focus because the storm's getting worse over here, so y'all may lose me.
You said, Phil.
The storm's getting a little salty over here, so I'm a little worried about y'all losing. So, however, in their defense, they were not a bad tag team. They just had no one to go against.
I'm sweating over here.
They had no one to go against, and honestly, Chase U has been way more entertaining and way more enjoyable in the ring for me. I think it's Chase U. they've just been great. Like they have been like their storylines and their gimmick and their characters. Even though they haven't had storylines, they've done a pretty good job internally of creating a storyline amongst themselves to make the championship run almost to almost make the point the championship being a secondary storyline because those championship belts supplements their internal story between all of them. So, which honestly for me is it's great. Like that right there is kind of what you want in a good faction.
Mm-hmm.
Like the belts aren't superfluous, but at the same time, the belts enhance the story of the entire faction, which is something which is something that really cheers me up about watching these guys because they are goofy as fuck.
Does it remind you like fucking Saved by the Bell in a way?
Yeah, they are goofy. Yes. The thing is though, they are really good in the ring. So, which is why it's fun to watch them. They are really good in the ring, but outside the ring, they are hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And what's her name? And what's her name? Who honestly, I don't know where. I can't remember what her name is right now. But she got a potty mouth on her. Yeah, hell. She got. I don't know what happened. They said Netflix, and honestly, they said Netflix. I think she already there. Like I think she is already there, waiting for everybody else to show up. Cause she been cussing left and right, slapping these dudes around, talking about get your shit together. I ain't trying to hear it.
Because last time when they were arguing, and she just barges in the room and goes, "Will you all shut the fuck up?"
Exactly. Like
I've been looking for like the non-unversion version because I want to use it as a clip. I just want to use like, hey, everybody shut the fuck up. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, like literally, like I am. Like I said, I've been really excited about Chase U because it took them a long time to really develop into this like this persona of both of them for a while. Because for a while, Chase U was just kind of like this weird amorphous like storyline or gimmick, just been over there. And
well,
all of a sudden,
you know what it is, Phil?
What's
up?
What
it is? I think they this like you know how we mentioned Saved by the Bell gimmick, but also like it's like Gracio way as well, and then needed a high school fucking like a loner to come in and like, oh my god, he saved us. Oh my god. And Rich Holland is that fucking high school saver that came in.
Yep.
That's what I feel.
I mean, do we want to talk about the North American Championship?
I mean, you gotta Redeemer. That's his hit.
I mean, what do you got, Poppy?
This one. Nah, I mean, I got Chase U retaining. I like. I got the. You know, remember when we saw the. Well, you saw it. It's not even me. I saw it. I was because of you. Basically, they kept me up to date when I heard the promo that you guys were talking about. Like that promo radio was like, okay, yeah, I love that promo. And I know Axiom Frazier came in and they're giving new shit about it. Like, okay, this is some high school shit. That's what I said. That's why I mentioned the Gracio fucking Saved by the Bell for like
Saved by the Bell, definitely.
Yeah, like fucking like. Well, he's getting Boy Meets World type of shit because the last thing I want is fucking Thea Hell fall in love with Rich Holland, and then you see fucking what's his face being fucking bad. Like I already saw it. Like I'm sorry, let you down. Let you down. Like no, you're fine. You had a banger matchup against Obafemi. You had a banger matchup in a tag team match against Axiom Frazier. So relax. You are fantastic. You're showing what your abilities is in that ring, and that's what I love about that. This fucking faction is really gonna go somewhere to continue this way. If they fucking on a winning streak and everything continue it, I really won't mind seeing them versus the D'Angelo family because they're shit, or even the catchphrase. They have something going. It's just that attraction what they're doing. It really pay attention not only to our TV and MA audiences that are listening and watching around the world, but also to the PG-14 and below because they're like, hey, that relates to us in high school. So this one, it's gonna be a good matchup, but I see Chase U retain.
And I agree with that. I do think Chase U retains here. First off, they just won the tag team titles. Are we really gonna put them back on Axiom and Frazier? Absolutely freaking not. I'm with Pepsi Phil on that one. Axiom and Frazier, as much as I loved them as a tag team, they really had nothing for them when they were a team. And when they were champs, they had nothing for them. It was just no way, went absolutely nowhere. So the option was, there was only one option, that was to get the titles off of them. And that's what we did. And now I put them on a team that's not only very good, but they're also very enjoyably entertaining as well. So, yeah, Chase U definitely retains here. We can move on to the North American title here. Femi defending against Tony D'Angelo.
Now, before you choose, Temple, this is the last time I'm playing this because our host here below is not going to like it. So it's for you.
Hi, guys!
Are you happy? You're happy now, Temple?
Jiminy Christmas.
Well, he's the one that fucking keeps going to Temple learning tree. So.
I know, and I don't know why he's on this tree stuff all of a sudden.
Well, go ahead. Yeah, you're the host. Go ahead.
You go first for this one.
Oh. Man, it's tough. Dude.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Hold the fuck up. Yes, it is, because you know what? Did you see that promo they had on the restaurant? Like, man, honestly, people sleeps on NXT, man. This is awesome. Like, seeing Omofemi, like, I swear it reminds me of a movie. He's coming in. Who the fuck's in here? Like, who are they coming in? Like, oh, yeah, he's like, fuck. And, like, yeah. And they're sitting down as gentlemen. Look, man, I'm going to beat you. All right? I'm going to fucking kick your ass. I'm going to retain my fucking North American title. And, you know, and Tony Angel's saying, you know, I'm putting in my own words. I'm not saying what they say. But, you know, he's like, you know, Tony Angelo, yeah, well, you know what? I'm going to be the one, you know, conquering the ruler of the world. Shout out to Sid Vicious RP. I know we didn't talk about you. It's just we got a lot to talk about here today, but I apologize. We'll have our top 5 moments of Sid Vicious soon. But man, like how the way he took Obafemi to the stare down and him walking out, it's like I think it's going to be a good matchup. I hope that match could be the match of the night, which I feel that D'Angelo, as much as there's ups and downs on him character-wise, because he's overplayed, but when it comes to in-ring, I don't question him. That man could really go in the ring. That's one thing he could sell. He could tell a story. And I think Omofemi and him may be the match of the night. I think this is going to be the sleeper one. That's going to get us like, oh, shit. But the question of who wins here, fuck, man. As much as I want D'Angelo to win, because I think once he wins that belt, then he is close to getting to the NXT World Championship. But unfortunately, I feel that Obafemi is going to fucking beat him by a thread thin. At least we know that Obafemi is going to be like, damn, there was somebody close to beat me, but I ended up barely beating him. I see that storytelling. It should be that way because this is a mafia-style guy versus, I'm just an outsider guy and coming just to rule the world. Tell the story in that ring. And I know that D'Angelo will lose, but not in the way that's a jobber. He'll lose like barely trying and Obafemi going, and then 1, 2, 3. So, but it's gonna. I hope that match steals the show. I hope it does. So that's my pick, my brother.
Pepsi Phil, what you got?
Obafemi's gonna beat the shit out of D'Angelo. I enjoy D'Angelo.
Damn, man. Why are you gonna say like that? Why can't you just say like the way how I fucking said it?
D'Angelo's gonna kill it. He's a great wrestler, but the way they're building up Obafemi, D'Angelo's gonna look strong. He's gonna finish strong, but they're gonna put that boy through a table, or at least the commentator's desk.
I see. Yeah, no, you're right. I see.
I mean, unfortunately, the man's going. He's going to savage poor Tony, and he's not. Like I said, unfortunately, he's the bridesmaid and never the bride at these situations.
Oof.
Time expires. Okay.
I mean, if by expires you mean D'Angelo, probably.
You put that about drop.
So I mean, I think it'll be a great match. Yes. Do I think it'll be the match of the night? Possibly, for sure, yes. I think that's going to be the big match of the night because Femi has had several matches of the night. So I'm excited. That one I'm especially excited for. I am. Yeah, we'll just stop right there until we get to the next round.
Okay, I honestly, I'm more leaning towards. I think Tony's going to win the title. To be honest with you,
really? Oh, do you want him to win the title?
I feel like after Tony, Oba's got nothing. I feel like Tony is like the end of the road here. It's either you go Tony or Oba's got nothing to deal with after this. There's really nobody else is really built up that much to challenge Obafemi. So either this man's just going to go on a tear and just basically hold this title till he's done with it, or you move the title on. Because I don't know what else after Tony is left to do. So honestly, I think we are starting fresh here, and we're going to start over, and Tony's going to get it here. I think Oba can move on finally to to get himself for the NXT title more than anything, because this run's been incredible for him. Look how far he's come along in such a short time. The guy's gonna kill it, and you strap that NXT title on that man and set him off to the races. Good luck to anybody who's gonna take the NXT title off of Oba fucking Femi. So honestly, I think the title switches hands here. I think Tony's gonna get it here.
You think he wins it clean?
I could see it. I think it's gonna be a hell of a brawl. These two are gonna friggin' fight their asses off, and I think it could be in contention for match of the night, but like I don't know. I think there's a couple other matches on here that could absolutely take that as match of the night, but we'll get to that when we get to it, really. But yeah, I think the title changes hands here, honestly.
Okay.
We'll go to the big grudge match next. Zachary Wentz versus Wes Lee. Now, I want to get this one off first here. This is the one here that I know these two are going to put on a hell of a match, but I genuinely just don't have an interest in it because the story, to me, hasn't clicked.
Okay.
It's not clicking with me. It's not intriguing me the most of all. When I know these two can put on a hell of a match, but your story portion of it hasn't done it. Like, Wes's turn to me still is off, in my honest opinion, because when it came down to his explanation to me did nothing, really, except make little to no sense for me. Watching him come out there and go, "I'm tired of being in your shadow." You literally just said for the longest time, "You left me alone." You used that as an excuse, but then proceeded to come out here and say, "I'm tired of being in your shadow." Which one is it, Wes? Neither one of those makes sense whatsoever. First off, I don't like the usage of turning the real life moment of what happened to Wentz into a story that basically turns into this. This makes no damn sense whatsoever. Whenever you look at the Rascals have never had one is above the others or vice versa. The three of them are always side by side. There's never one above the other kind of situation. It's just they're a big faction. They're like brothers. So why the hell is it all of a sudden because of one loss, it's "I'm tired of being in your shadow"? When I look at that with Wes also, I go, this man lost his mind and said, "I'm tired of being in your shadow," but he was the longest reigning North American champion. What freaking sense? Like I said, none of this story to me makes any bits of sense here. It just feels all over the place. It's not clicking. I know these two are going to put on an awesome match. Like I said, this honestly could be match of the this one right here. I honestly believe could be match of the night, but I just can't. I can't find myself intrigued by the story. I'm going to say it. Wesley is probably winning this match more than likely, but I can't find myself any intriguement to want to watch, to really be in like that invested in the entire thing, because the story really was nothing to me.
Okay.
It was all discombobulated and jumbled and all over the place. And it's just like throwing bits and pieces, trying to throw it together and going, this is it. It just didn't work for me. We'll go with Pepsi Phil. What do you got?
I'm picking Wes Lee. I think the match, like you said, will be great. I kind of understand it, and like I said, I think Getcho's right. It is a bit of a pointless emo battle. If you think about it, it's like it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense for them to be mad at each other because they've been friends forever. But honestly, it feels very. I don't know. You ever seen the movie Heathers?
Oh yeah. Yep.
It feels very Heathers for me, because it's just like they've been best friends forever. Then all of a sudden, something happens. It's a change, and it's nothing. It's not a significant change, but all of a sudden they're at each other. Like, and the thing is, you can't figure it out but the storyline. And it's not the exact one-for-one storyline, but there's something about it that feels very Heathery. It's like a group of friends that suddenly turn on each other. Maybe it's I Know What You Did Last Summer. Something along those lines. There's something about it that's a fun storyline to watch. And when you find out that, and then I Know What You Did Last Summer, you find out it's just one of the members of the party that's killing all his friends. Yeah, that's kind of what this feels like. So it's and in that storyline, they didn't have any reason or why he wanted to kill everybody. Anyway, he was just in a mood. Actually, it was a bit of a storyline, but anyway. But the truth of the matter is, that's how I'm viewing this. Like I said, does it feel a bit? If it feels a little bit immature, I think that's on purpose, because that's what I feel like. It's definitely immature. For me, I will. Oh, there you go. For me, that's how I'm viewing it, which is why, because there's certain times we look at Wesley and the shit he's saying, going, "Oh, you just a petulant bastard. Like, you just petulant for no reason whatsoever." And I'm kind of enjoying that storyline. It's not a complicated storyline, and it's not the most in-depth reason to dislike someone, but it's a through line I can understand. It's a through line I can understand from the story perspective. Do I like I said, the punctuation will be this match. Like this match, like if it proceeds after this match, it better be a good reason. It needs to be a good reason for it to continue after this match. I think at some point Wesley and Obafemi cross paths, because if you're right, and I actually think you might be, Obafemi will lose the North American title on his way to the NXT World Championship, and that road leads through Wesley.
Okay. And
if Obafemi is the face, Wesley had to be the heel in that storyline for it to actually work. Because trying to pick face Obafemi and face Wesley is damn near impossible.
Sure.
I mean, so that's kind of how I see it going. And I think that's part of the reason why this also turn happened, because one, is good for Wesley to have a different kind of persona. It gives Obafemi an automatic villain, because let's face it, as much as I love Ethan Page, he ain't going to be no struggle for Obafemi. It's going to be a good match, but he ain't going to be the struggle.
Temba's a good question there, though, man. I don't know what you think.
I don't know. That's a good question.
That's tough, because he just gets kicked, thrown into a wall, and then he's out of the story. It just feels like just weird. I don't know. It's bizarre. Like, even I can't put an answer to that question, because again, like, I don't see where Trey gets involved in any of this anyway. I don't see the point of why he would.
I feel like
None of it makes.
He should be.
It just makes like I said. It just makes no sense. this as a 3-person faction.
What happened? My best friends are fighting.
You're right. Like it's a 3-person faction, and you basically turn it into the other 2 fighting. The other one is just there. Like
no, but I
don't know.
Just said right now.
This Rascals feud also kind of like the movie Juice.
He's going old school with me, man. Fuck,
I guess Wesley's Tupac at this point.
Yeah, that's what he's going with.
Wow.
All right,
Poppy, what do you got?
That's a tough one, man. Honestly, this is the toughest one. This is like a fucking Shawn Michaels, fucking Triple H, like type of story, and there's so much to it. It's so hard. It is one of the hardest ones. I don't see them giving TNA to fucking go over in this one. Remember what I said earlier? Like, it's going to determine if Wesley gets involved in this X Division title match that Zachary Wentz is in. If he gets involved, then I see Zachary win. If I don't see Wesley get involved, then I see Wesley win. This is going to be an emotional storytelling. I loved you. Oh, damn. Like, that's what I see here. It's like, fuck. Man, this is going to be. I got to give them shout. They're giving a storytelling fucking match here. It's hard to decide who's going to win here. Mm-hmm. It is. I hope that maybe can steal the show. Maybe. I don't know. This is a tough one, brother. I am gonna have to go with Wesley on this one. Yeah, I don't want to, but I'm gonna have to.
All right. Well, NXT Women's Title, Roxanne defending against Miss Parker.
Miss Parker.
I can run through. I'll run through this one quick as well. Roxanne retains. I think that's just super obvious here. I'll say this. I love Jada Parker. She's another one who, in my opinion, has come very far, very fast. She's, I think she's very good. And, the only thing she needs to do in this match is show out. That's all she needs to do. Because it's obvious she's going to lose, but just have her show out. Show up, show out, and do her thing like she does. And because really, the only thing I could think of happening is at this moment, Roxanne is, again, we've all basically said it, is Roxanne at this point is just being saved to drop the title to Julia. It just feels super obvious that it's happening that way. And again, we put it out there, and if she's coming in, if both women, her and Stephanie Vaquer, come in, and even Delta, save them for the CW debuts. Honestly, you want to make those shows feel big? Have them all come in. Have them start coming in on those first few shows. That's how I see it. But I just feel like Roxanne, it doesn't drop this to Jada Parker. But like I said, I just want Jada to stand just to show out in that match, and that's really it at this point. So, but I got Roxanne retaining.
Okay.
Pepsi Phil.
Making this quick, I got Roxanne winning. Jada Parker's way too young in a Raw. She has, however, made a good name for herself during this run, I think. She's got a good energy, and I think that the chemistry she's had with Roxanne will make it a great match. So, but I think Roxanne will win to drop it to someone else. My guess is I think it'll be Julia. I think it'll be Julia, and I think it comes in, and I think when she wins, that's when Stephanie Vaquer comes in, because for me, it could do it the other way around, but I think having Julia win would probably be I think from a booking perspective, is way more interesting. But at the same time, because they've already seen Stephanie Vaquer even on dark matches. Julia is a completely unknown quantity, so I can see them wanting Vaquer to win and then have Julia face her. But I think the other way around would be a little bit more impactful. So
yes, Poppy. What do you got?
I'm sorry. I just said the chat's gonna be crazy.
I see this.
Is making me improvement in the ring. But before I jump into that, I love it how fucking Just mentioned like to Anakin and to fucking Obi.
I saw that.
I love you, Anakin. You're my brother. Like I like it even even fucking Tip was saying it too. Like it is true. It's like a fucking Star Wars type of shit. Oh my god, I love it. All right. Now, when it comes to Miss Parker, I'm gonna say what Dom says. So
I'm sorry, Miss Parker. Respectfully.
Yeah, but of course Roxanne retains. But the one thing that really caught my attraction was that promo. What do you got? He walks through this too, and Roxanne looking too. Like shit.
Mm-hmm.
You guys, well, there is 3 women here, but you guys mentioned one. That is Judy. Second one will be Stephanie McCurry. The third one people sleep on. That keep in mind, this woman has Roxanne's numbered, even as a face and as a heel, and that is Cora Jade.
Oh man.
Don't be surprised that Cora Jade is the one there that was sitting there saying, "I'm watching, bitch. I'm watching."
I don't know how well it works. Because Cora's a heel.
Yeah, it fucking works. Why not? Because
Cora's a heel, and so is Roxanne.
So it doesn't matter. At this point, it doesn't matter. It's like there's a jealousy between these 2 girls. Remember, they were former tag team champions. Cora turned on her. And then they had their feud. Cora got hurt. She was out for a while. What else happened? Remember Hollywood had it when they had it? That was last year, right? Yes. Who else was that? There you go. That feud is not over. You think Cora Jade's gonna sit there like, I'm gonna start over again? No, bitch. I'm gonna get my shit. I want that.
Jeez.
They want to be Cora Jade. I don't mind it. I'll be happy if it's Cora Jade because she deserves to have that. She's the only person that has Roxanne's outnumbered, like when it comes to performance. I feel like she's the one. So there are those 3 girls that I could, out of those 3, I choose Cora Jade. That is going to be the mystery one coming out of that. I don't see Julia or Stephanie Valkyrie yet. I see them right after that. I don't see them right now. If it is Julia, you guys got it right. But I call the Cora Jade because Hollywood Havoc, remember last year was when she left and was injured.
Mm-hmm.
So remember, it's about to be the 1-year anniversary coming up soon. So.
And now, the main event.
Ooh,
NXT Championship.
I'll play. Wave your hands from side to side and say, oh, I believe in Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry.
All
Pepsi
Phil.
Leave Pepsi Phil.
Yeah.
Defending against Joe Hendry.
Oh, come on.
God,
Pepsi Phil. I believe in Joe Hendry.
All right,
Pepsi Phil, you can start.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm exhausted, so I'm gonna do this. I think Ethan Page retains. I think Joe Hendry has had a great run setting up this match, creating a good story. It'll be a good match. The Trick Williams is the only wild card. I don't even know how he plays a part of this. Maybe that leads into a Trick Williams Ethan Page fight later on. But I think our boy Ethan Page pays. Joe Hendry loses, but I think he gets more. I think Joe Hendry comes out on top in other ways. So yeah, that's me.
Man, this is tough because I want Joe Hendry to win so bad.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at the point where I'm just, this collaboration's just not doing it for me. We've now had 2 opportunities to put an NXT title on a TNA wrestler, and we passed it up twice. This collab needs some kind of excitement, and it's like they're just afraid to take the fucking chance. I wish they just take the damn chance and go for it. Like, just once. And this is your opportunity, because I've basically been saying this, and I'm going to keep saying it. It's either going to be third time's a charm or 3 strikes and you're out. Because honestly, like, this for me, and it's only probably for me, this is the last opportunity to bring some kind of freaking like excitement and wow factor to this freaking collaboration, or I'm just going to be done trying to take it seriously.
Okay.
I've been trying to freaking take this seriously and be like, something good's going to come out of this. Something good's going to come out of this. And I hope to God I hope it's third time's a charm and not 3 strikes you're out. I hope Joe Hendry wins this.
Okay.
But Ethan Page, but right now, Trick being involved in this to me is the big freaking factor. But I can't see them having Trick turn, especially with Trick announcing that he's having a match with Pete Dunne on Tuesday. So I don't see why Trick would turn.
And remember what Pete Dunne said on Tuesday. I'm not done with you. I'll see you on Tuesday. So that means he's going to get involved in this one. He's gonna fucking cost it. He's gonna stop the match, and then remember what I said earlier. It determines on Friday's emergence if this man gets involved in Alexander's match, then that's how you know that he fucked up. And I feel that Joe Hendry will get his moment at Bound for Glory. If he doesn't get it here with this title, he'll get it at Bound for Glory. And it's not a 3 strikes. It's not. It's just 2. Technically, it's 2. Title run. 2 title matches. The one, of course, in that matchup that we saw at Slammiversary, and this one's number 2. I get your point.
No, I'm talking about like just having a TNA wrestler win an NXT title. We're on 2 strikes. We're on 2 strikes.
I get that.
Jordan Grace didn't win. Jordan Grace didn't win to try to make this fucking interesting, and the Rascals had that stupid turn so far.
Well,
that's
the
0 for
only
2.
difference that we'll see if there's O'Reilly wins that fucking X Division title match against Speedball Mike Bailey.
At this point,
we don't know yet. We don't know yet.
Here's the thing. I'm gonna try to stay freaking with the good side here and just say Joe Hendry wins. I hope it happens. I hope there's just like a bunch of freaking chaos. He overcomes the odds. He wins the title. That's all I'm hoping at this point.
Let's hope so. I hope so too.
You finish yours up.
No, I'm saying I want.
I believe in Joe Hendry.
He knows because he gave us a clip for that. Thank God for Joe Hendry. But it just, I don't know. It's
5 minutes from turning heel myself if I hear that clip one more time.
Okay, I'll stop. I know that
they're fickle.
I know you're fickle, all right? I'll stop, all right? Because I don't want to upset you. Because I know that you're gonna be like this. God damn. Yeah.
I don't care.
That's what you're gonna do. So it's tough. I as much as I want Joe Hendry, but it's going to determine what's going to happen on Friday. That's what's going to come down to. What happens at Emergence tomorrow, we'll find out. If it does, then cool. I mean, see, look. See? He's telling you. He's telling you. All right. Let's close it out. But before we do, very quick, this is what's happening on Rampage tomorrow, which is we got Konosuke Takashita in a Fatal 4-Way versus a Beast Mortos, Commander Leo Rush. We got Jeff Jarrett and Jay Lethal versus United Kingdom, Undisputed Kingdom, and Private Party. Shots. I should have got on the show.
Jordan.
Yes, right. And Mira Sharkov versus Nyla Rose. And we got grizzled young veterans versus the Outrunners. That's what's happening tomorrow on Rampage. But also, before we close it out, gentlemen, one more thing. So then we'll close it out. I apologize, I'm delaying. But one more thing. Out of all these events, which one are you feeling that might steal the show? So where wants to go with that one? You got 4 pay-per-views,
I think it's going to be a close toss-up between NXT and TNA, honestly.
There's ability.
I got Capital Collision.
You think that matches the show?
I think Capital Collision will be the night. Like I think that's going to be the party because I think all the rest of them are good and they'll be fine. But I think with Capital Collision, these are unknown guys, not entirely unknown, but unknown on this side of the planet, and they all have something to prove. And I've seen the last year's Capital Collision show, and that one was insane.
Come on, man.
So as much as I love all of these, they are known quantities. That's how fucking exhausted I am, brother. I think
who's this guy? I don't know who this guy.
Oh, I have no idea who that is either. Wait, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I do. Yeah, but I think Capital Collision. That every one of those matches have some huge implications if they go through.
That's right. Okay. That's what we're fucking marks, folks. All right, we are marks.
Fucking mark.
So what? So what we are. But that is it because I know it's been a long 2:11. This is the longest we've gone in quite some time. We don't land into 3 hours, but it is 4 hours. But man, I want to appreciate all of you guys for tuning in. We have 46 viewers. Man, I know 4 hours for sitting with us. It's overplayed. Stop playing the fucking clip. I don't care.
Or example.
Yeah, cough. I'm sitting the show. Yeah. Oh yes. Not. But folks, we thank you all for joining us here on this incredible, monumental, and the momentum movement. That is continuing here on the Debate Network. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow on Game Breaker Sports for the SmackDown watch along. I'll probably be there, which I might be, alongside with the Redeemer and Kayla and Kango for the last SmackDown in Berlin. And then we're not having a watch along for TNA or New Japan. We will be having a watch along for WWE Bash in Berlin. And we're going to have the NXT watch along No Mercy here as well. So make sure you guys tune in. If you're not subscribed, if you're new to all the that are listening and watching, subscribe and hit it right below. Go to the description below. Go to GameBreakerSports.com to get all your upgraded sports, entertainment, and professional wrestling that we all do here with the news. But folks, I'm going to let my two hosts here to let you guys know where you can find them, where you can reach them, because these are two of the best in the West, East to West, and Midwest. And man, without them, we wouldn't be anything. Ain't that right, MG?
You fucking mark!
So what am I? I don't give a shit if I am one mark. But you know what? I'd rather let Mark Briscoe tell us, we got 3 of the best in the West of all time to tell us. Ain't that right, Mark Briscoe? Come on, Mark Briscoe. Please, can you tell us? Don't fucking take your time. Tell us, because we want to go home. We're tired.
I'll show y'all how we do in the conglomeration, baby. That's right, because we're about to.
That's right. That's Shingo. Yeah, I know.
All right, Shingo's 20th.
We're gonna cover that on Doge's Debate, but just Phil, let people know where they can find you and where they can search you. And
Instagram, Philip JP 24601. You'll find all the necessary details in the profile bio. Also, I'm exhausted. So
am I. I've been up
4 hours. It is not. You're in California. You're still 3 hours behind.
What? You got up at 8 a.m. You got up at 5 a.m. What the fuck are you talking about?
He says you are still 3 hours behind.
I was 3 hours. Yeah, 5 in the morning, my time.
This is worse than Dango saying he's 14 hours. He's got a 14-hour head start.
Yes. All right. Redeemer champion. Undisputed, undefeated, unmatched, the unconquered, the desirable, the undesirable, the one that really calls everybody what it is and how it is. And if you don't respect that, then you already know what's gonna happen. He's gonna fucking just gonna give you this.
America, fuck yeah! Coming again to save the motherfucking day, yeah!
You do say the day, so there you go. Let her know where to find you.
Facebook and Instagram at In Time Wrestling Podcast, all in one word. X at JustinTime211. Follow my brother, my co-host at Jeremy In Time 721. In Time Wrestling Podcast. Find it, give it a listen. Eventually, it will be coming back. Other than that, Circle of Debate, Game Breaker Sports. You will find the Redeemer. And other than that, I'll be around everywhere else because the Redeemer goes everywhere.
That's right. And shout out to everybody for the 45 viewers that we have that lasted for 4 hours. 45, fuck, 45, 47, 46.
The real one.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
Unfortunately, folks, it's that time for us to roll out because it is our time. It's 12 o'clock Eastern, and it's 11 p.m. Central, and it's 9:43 Pacific. We got a long day tomorrow for SmackDown on Game Breakers. Make sure you go. Description up below.
Come join us.
Come join us there tomorrow and Saturday morning here for the Watch Along a Bash in Berlin. And Sunday afternoon, the NXT No Mercy Watch Along. Are we going to see Julia? Are we going to see Stephanie Bakure? Are we going to see Do You Believe? That's what we're going to see. We don't know because I know Pepsi feels going to be like this.
It should have been me. It should have been me.
That's how you know. But until then, folks, we appreciate you all for tuning in here and listening. Shout out to Spain for keeping us up there on your top 20. Shout out to everybody in Europe. Shout out to everybody in North America and Canada and all over the Europe for keeping us there on your audio platforms. If you're listening to Spotify, if you're listening to iHeartRadio, if you're listening to us on Apple Podcasts and everywhere, there's a lot of platforms you can find us. And thank you guys for keeping us up there. And, you know, Kyle, she's like, oh, I heard about you guys. And thank you. Because they're listening, everything that you guys. But until then, folks, Pepsi Phil and our two-time undisputed, undefeated, unmatched, unconquered, undefeatable, desirable doll, the Redeemer himself. Because we don't just do fucking podcasting, music, artwork, karaoke, sports, 199 Dango, and attorney at law. We don't do none of that. What do we do here, gentlemen? You guys say.
Oh, we always have to make sure that we make history.
Mm-hmm.
Must bid you adieu, a goodbye, mwah, and good night. Oh my God, it's so great. Bang! Yes!